We'll have to figure out the game audio as we go, but we should be in good shape.
Oh, good.
Ryan still doesn't have his webcam up, does he?
No, I don't.
All right. Let's set up.
I got modeling up. That's good.
Speak, Ryan.
I'm speaking. Is my volume level okay?
You tell me. There's a video game happening.
Yeah, man.
You'll see it on the stream now.
I do.
Are you audible over the video game? Can I hear you? Can we be heard?
Yeah, I think it's all good.
Alright. Sounds good to you? And that will have to do. Reset the game here real quick, and let's watch this opening. And yes, Ryan mentioned earlier that Chemcode probably no longer exists. Neither does Zoom Inc., I expect.
You know. So I don't know who's left to copyright strike this soundtrack.
Nintendo, assuredly.
Probably, yeah.
And yes,
But,
this art's awesome. It does look a lot like the art you would expect from, like, I don't know, 9th grade art doodles. I have to wonder what the limitation on the amount of, like, detail they can put on the SNES cartridge, like a memory capacity.
yeah.
I think this opening just loops, so we can just kind of talk about it. Also, he just does the Final Fantasy I main character pose, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Or Final Fantasy II, rather.
I'm gonna point out the female secondary lead character. I'm just gonna call them a side character. We'll see why. But their height and their hairstyles vastly inconsistent.
Oh, yeah.
Make note of that whenever that character is on screen, as you
I'll keep an eye out.
assuredly pointed out to me in other media that we've played or watched how inconsistent hairstyles get.
Yeah, hairstyle,
Yeah,
so hair
heights.
length and height of female characters can be very inconsistent depending
This is
on...
whatever the animator at the time who worked on that part really liked.
Yeah. We have heterochromia because we have to.
And like...
She's taller than him now.
The 3D glasses heterochromia.
Yeah.
It's ugly, I hate it. It's...
But yeah, look, this is just Furion's pose from Final Fantasy 2.
Yeah.
I enjoy the parallax.
Yeah, the parallax is really good. I really enjoyed the art at the time.
Yeah.
A lot of this looks very outdated at this point. Even as like what is supposed to be a Super Nintendo game.
Yeah.
Like this still looks like fairly outdated. Mind you, this is nowhere near like a first-party Nintendo game, so obviously something like Link to the Past is just better looking across the board.
Yeah.
Not that even, I guess, Super Mario World looked that good, but it's just SNES resolution issue.
I mean, this is 1990?
Yeah, it's 1990.
Yeah. You know, blue and red. Just... Why is it green highlights? Doesn't it to be like scene lighting?
I have no
The fact
idea.
that both of their capes aren't identical is nice, though. I appreciate that.
Yeah. They do a lot of work with the sprites in this game, too. They don't look very consistent either.
Alright. We're rolling.
We're rolling. It's been so long since I heard this soundtrack. It's super nostalgic, so I'm absolutely
grooving
on my end.
I love the hell out of that. Lagoon!
Oh, a little bit of a brief synopsis, because I'm the recommender in this case. It's a top-down, I would call it like an RPG. It's just really a top-down adventure game with real-time combat.
Like an Ys-style RPG?
It's the closest to Ys. And Ys series is just better than this. For YouTube chat's sake, who don't know what Ys is, if you see a game that's literally titled Y, with I think sometimes an apostrophe and then an S, that's Ys.
Yeah.
And that's also the same kind of game, which is just top down and you clear mobs and do dungeons essentially.
Yeah, and they always have like a red-haired protagonist.
Yeah. These games are very good.
Yeah.
You will find the comparison in your own thinking when we play this game.
Fair enough, fair enough. And there's a Chemco, apparently Zoom Inc. I don't know who worked on what for this particular title, licensed by Nintendo, but that doesn't... I don't know which one of them's a publisher, probably Chemco, so this is probably made by Zoom, then?
I guess. I've never heard either of those two names in my life.
I mean, Chemco I recognize, that I know, but... What a lad. Nasir.
Yeah.
I have raised you to be the champion of the light. Not the warrior of light, because that's a different thing. That's possibly copyrighted. Now it is time for you to fulfill your destiny! What's wrong with his eyes?
Yeah, I don't know why they shift from a very anime look to like this.
Listen carefully. The water around Lakeland, which is a place in Florida, has recently become muddy. It must be the sign of something evil.
Not crocodiles.
Yeah, no, it has nothing to do with like natural occurrences or anything. It's also not like could they not say like poisoned or something? It had to be muddy.
Mm-hmm.
The muddy water must have something to do with the demons that are appearing. Yeah, that would do it. I feel like there might be a correlation causation thing happening here. I want you to find out the cause and bring pure water back to this land. First, you should go to Atland, which you know well. Do I? Atland. Oh, alright.
Yeah.
and here we are.
What do you see on your HUD?
I have my HP, I have the enemy's HP, which is probably whatever enemy I'm most recently interacting with. I have probably, I would assume, 2 buttons. I'm going to say A and B are probably magic and weapon, or shield and weapon, some sort of thing. And then I have an MP value, which presumably means that one of those buttons is magic.
Accurate. So, when I comment about the art that I like about this game, as with the old man, you can tell his shawl's like fur, those details like that I really like. Classic anime thing is they usually try and draw people who are older looking with a lot more lines. So they look a lot more realistic than you're prepared for.
There's a nice looking tree.
It's a good looking tree. I do like a lot of the sprite work in this game. Again, there's the limitations you're going to see. This game is unapologetically isometric. So there's going to be a lot of your character being occluded.
Okay.
By which I mean there's going to be objects in front of your character and you can't see him.
We get 3-frame walking animation. That's nice. I think it's only 3.
Yeah, I think it's about 3. Yeah, the controls are pretty one-to-one. I never really had an issue with anything bladey.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have any momentum, clearly, so that's... like, your movement's going to be fine. And yeah, the sprite work looks quite good. The art's got some detail. You have the glass there with the gradients and stuff that they're trying to achieve. All in all, like, no, looks quite nice. It's just figuring this out. This is a very like classically Dragon Quest style menu.
Yeah.
I don't know. You've ever played the original Dragon Quest?
I've seen it like a bunch of times where it's just a very blank, a lot of like a monocolor.
Well, also notably, it doesn't cover the whole screen. So when you open up Dragon Quest's like menus, you would get like this on the top, and then the rest is like colored out.
Bottom.
Yeah. Staff and crystal, so I have magic of some kind. That was a use the crystal button, I think, because it exited the menu. I will say these transitions are nightmarishly long.
Yes.
And they can't be for load times, because it's a cartridge machine, so... they just decided that it should take this long. The ring, shield, armor, sword. My name is Nasir.
I like the little demo portrait.
Yeah. That's a really nice touch.
Equipment, it'll show you the physical update.
Yeah, that's a really nice touch. Very cool.
Some very good polish.
I honestly was surprised that it's a scrolling screen at all. Yeah. I was expecting to hit transitions.
Good shadowing from the buildings and whatnot.
Yeah. Very light. You talk to me? You do. The mayor seems to be worried about something. I wonder what about. Do you say multiple things?
You need to talk to them. Like,
no, okay.
Right in the face.
Well, no, it's more that it's not it's like the Y button to talk to people as opposed to like A or B. So it's a very classic RPG, just getting plopped in town. So presumably I need to go find the mayor's house. Are these doors open? No.
They will just open if you run into them, just as something to make it a little bit less confusing.
Oh, it's Nasir! Let's play together!
I did consider doing some mapping.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm just going to leave it up to your memory, because I think you're good enough.
Alright.
The reason why I hard pivoted from wanting to have the map, like me just fill it out to help the playthrough, versus now me assigning that you can just do it yourself, was if you're going to be as frustrated as possible with this game, getting lost in these labyrinths of scrolling screens is how that happens.
I can dig it. Long time no see. How's Matthias? Matthias is a great wizard. You must use magic as well as Matthias, or you'll never be a great hero. Why do I want to? Do I want to be a great hero? Is that my motivation here? Ryan enjoying my hall wugging.
Yep.
I have to know what the whole area looks like.
Figure out what the perimeter of that place looks like, and then go run around.
Yeah.
Comb it.
Oh, hello. Place of faith. It's not a church.
No.
Stress. Not a church.
We have no idea
Place
what
of faith.
religion it is.
What do you want to go home? Oh. No crosses. The original Final Fantasy's gotten some trouble for that.
Yeah.
Ah, Nasir, dear. I have not been well these days. Should we do something about that? Are you okay?
Well,
Do you
there's
need...
clearly a thing we need to do. Remember what the old man said?
Yeah, I know it'd fix the water, but like... The water looks pretty clean to me.
Yeah, I was about to comment. The water looks pretty good to me.
My boyfriend, his job is to dig gold. Now he's working with Giles in the gold cave,
In the
not a
gold
mine.
cave.
not a mine. The gold cave. Oh, hello,
Hey,
Mayor's
found the
house. It's you, Nasir, dear. Did you come to see my husband? Sorry, but he went to the worship site a little while ago. I need to find the worship site. Got it.
You found a worship site.
Doggo!
Where's the dog?
What's the dog doing? Bow wow.
A little pure white, like Chihuahua.
Yeah. Looks almost like a pig more than a dog.
Yeah.
The water's been getting muddy lately. I hope nothing bad will happen. Has it?
Like gold tail, so it's like a Shiba
Chicken!
mix.
Chicken! Cock-a-doodle do. As you do.
What they say.
We're gonna not go in here.
You don't want to go in there yet?
No.
You don't like the screen transition to new zone? Scary?
It tells me that something is happening. What should we do if the well water becomes dirtier and undrinkable? This text speed is gonna hurt me.
Yep.
Gotta finish my... Oh, there's a weapon shop.
Lemon shop. Armor
Armor
shop.
shop. Never mind. May I help you? What do you want?
Really want to get a weapon?
Short sword, bandit armor, iron shield. I can't afford the sword. Someone might give me money before we leave. Hello, child.
Wild.
The largest house in this village is the mayor's. Yeah, it tends to work out that way, doesn't it?
Figured it out. I like the road that ends at the creek.
Yeah, and then there's a bridge over here instead.
Not on the path, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Nasir, going shopping today?
Maybe.
I mean, presumably yes. I'll need a weapon before I leave, at least.
You'll see a lot of shadowing on the backdrop, too.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to corners. It's so unnecessary. And I'm just thinking of what their tile set looked like when they're doing this.
Yeah.
Like, they had it very, like, left side lit. Left side shadow or sun source.
I mean, if you've ever worked in RPG Maker, you can see a lot of what they do in modern times. Only this would have been much harder to achieve back then. I'm sorry, we're not open yet. Please come back again. Understood. Why is the weapon shop open?
The armor shop, you mean? That was the weapon shop.
That was the item shop. The armor shop sold swords.
Yeah, it's an armor shop. I like these 4 or 5 degree angled
Yeah.
landscape pits.
Gotta do what you gotta do, man. It's tile sets. So we have built an entire gate to lead out to dirt.
Yeah.
There's no port here. You'd think there would be like a pier, maybe? Something to put a boat on?
Dirt.
Dirt. Alright, well. In we go. Mayor's clearly here. It's our place of worship. Why is there a candle on this one and not on this one? Let's center this real quick here. Wait a moment. Sir? Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, Nasir, are you looking for someone? You're the mayor, presumably. Hey, Nasir! By the way, I just mentioned to the cleric that the water is getting muddy. That's never happened before. What could be causing this? Well, some nebulous old man who sent me here. I have to wonder, Ryan, is there, like, part of the story in the manual, do you think?
Probably.
Oh!
The yellow text.
This aggressive-ass music right here.
There's
a problem! What? You're so noisy! You can take the yellow text.
Sure. The man who just came out of the cave was hurt badly. Anyways, please come right away.
Anyway. No S. Then we see in transition.
Mm-hmm. He's just on the floor.
They're mining gold from the cave. The roof might cave in, so kids shouldn't get too close. This music is, like, going. Need the mayor's permission to get in here. Go home, kids, go home. Who did such a thing? But this wound doesn't seem to be from a knife. Oh, he seems to be trying to say something. Yellow text man. Give Ryan something to say.
The man stumbled out of the cave and fell to the ground.
What up, injured child?
Demons are in the cave. Giles is in the cave. We must hurry and rescue him.
I must go save Guile. What a tragedy. Giles is in the demon's cave. Let me handle this. You go and tell the cleric about this. Hey, are you going to go in without a weapon? There are demons in there.
Is that the opening?
It's too dangerous. Don't go in. It's dangerous to go alone. Oh, you already read this.
We read that too.
Definitely didn't, but that's fine.
Yeah, I read Giles in the cave.
Alright, well, the mayor's dead.
He's fine.
You have nothing to say about this. Understood.
As we take a walk back to go tell the priest about this,
Yep.
the leaflet that comes with the game Lagoon for the SNES as we're playing, the art on the cover is like really nice.
Okay.
And there's a lot of explanation here.
Alright.
Would you care for me to read this?
If you don't mind, yeah.
Will do. So the first part of this, we have a table of contents for starting the game, the screen layout, the main characters, playing the game, status screen, the command menu.
Or the game
for the
audio
introduction to
wages.
this. For the introduction, it says, or do you want to bring it up?
Hmm?
Or do you want me to
No,
read it?
I'll edit it into the video itself. Just read it for now on stream, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Stream it? Yeah, I can stream it.
No. I
Oh,
will
sorry,
just
I
read
read
it. We'll do the post-editing later. I'm not
Yeah,
going
that's
to
all good.
finagle with it.
So this section says, who shall rise to face this threat? Long ago, oh my god, what's that word? This font is awful. So much for reading today. Okay, zoom in. Long ago, the peaceful land of Lakeland fell under the influence of an evil spirit, bringing despair to all. With compassion, the gods descended and vanquished the evil spirit with a sacred moonblade sword, in hopes of restoring peace to Lakeland.
Not
The
the
gods
Moonlight
brought-
Greatsword.
No. The gods brought two babies to the lands, one who represented the forces of light and another who represented the forces of darkness. A sage named Matthias, or Matthias, however you want to pronounce that. It's TH, so I'm going to say Matthias.
That's Matthias.
Sage named Matthias was charged with the responsibility of raising the two children as equals in the hope that their in the hope that they're different. They use the wrong there to preface that. Oh, they're different, but equivalent strengths would guarantee the balance of the forces of light and darkness. But the moment Matthias reached out to grasp the two children, the evil Zera appeared and took the child of darkness, hoping to raise the child to overcome the forces of light. Thus, while Nasir, champion of the light, was raised by the wise Matthias, the other child grew up under the questionable tutelage of Zera. 14 years have passed. Nasir, raised near the village of Atland, has become a bright youth and an accomplished swordsman. Matthias taught him well. One day, an evil spirit possessed the water on which the people of Lakeland depend, bringing sickness and disease. Demons infest this once peaceful land. So that gives us some context to the intros. We have our two characters, our light character and our dark character. The dark character was taken away.
Yeah.
Next part says, it is now your responsibility to rescue the land from evil forces. You will face a myriad of enemies. Only by skillfully using your sword, magic, and wits will you prevail. Go forth, your quest awaits you.
Okay, cool.
They have a pretty elaborate diagram on a lot of these things.
Alright, well, you can send it to me. I'll edit it into the actual video itself. I can't see.
Pretty good.
There we go. Fixed it. What Giles is in the Demon's Cave? Wait, it was the Gold Cave before. What happened?
Well, now it's a Demon's Cave.
It's quite serious. We should all go to the mayor's house to discuss this. Oh, please rescue Giles before it's too late. Wait, me? What does that even mean? I guess we go to the mayor's house?
I appreciate a little blip in this manual for the HP part that says the HP of a character... The HP of a character are gradually replenished over time, or by the use of healing pots and similar items. They don't say potions.
Heck yeah.
They literally say pots. The RPG gamers. Am I right?
Ah, he was attacked by demons. What shall I do if he dies? Oh, that was your boyfriend. Understood.
English is not bad in this, but yeah, there wasn't a very good auto translation at the time, I imagine.
There's a person back here that I can't.
Yeah. You'll find them. They're there.
Is it true that Giles is all alone in the Demon's Cave? I'm worried.
Rumors spread fast, eh?
They
completely renamed the Gold Cave to the Demon Cave.
Yeah. Ah, Nasir, you came here at just the right time. Wait a second. Oh, Nasir, we've been talking about Giles. You, the champion of light, seem to be the only one who might be able to get into the cave. Wait, didn't you say that you were going to get in the cave? Did you also just leave? Just put these on and get ready to go. Here's 300 gold. They don't
give you the items, they just give you the gold.
We'll keep the entrance to the cave open. Prepare yourself before you go. Okay.
Put these on. I can't wear all these gold coins.
Oh man, restaurant waitress art. I heard the demons appeared in the cave. It's terrible. And she provides me with nothing.
Frames of talking in that portrait.
Yeah. The first person, conversation pieces are nice. I appreciate the effort. Alright, well. I guess we buy a sword and...
Buy it all.
Thank you. Yeah, I have enough to buy everything.
Where'd you get the other 300 gold from? Is that what you started with?
You started with 100.
No, you started with 100.
Yeah, well.
That was what, 150 plus 50 plus 200? You can equip them all, you don't have to exit the screen.
If I press any button, Ryan, it closes the screen.
Yeah, you just hit the right, I believe.
Okay. There's no confirm, it's just left and right.
No,
Understood.
yeah.
Got it. And then, yeah, okay. I got it.
It's all grid based. It's actually fairly awkward to deal with.
No,
It
that's
looks
fine. It works.
good. Yeah, there's some
Can I
major
swing?
spoilers in this manual.
That's fine, then. I don't need to read it. At least I can see the shield.
Josh always memes about this, of getting the strategy guide, or like the battle guide for these games.
Yeah.
At the end of this leaflet, there's a
Go by the
section
Brady's
that
game guide?
It just says all washed up in a question mark. And it literally says that as you navigate or whatever, etc., sometimes adventurers need a little advice. Send for our Lagoon hint book.
Yeah.
And there's literally like a coupon cutout zone in the end of the leaflet with like your name, your address, your city. And the hint book is $7.95. And if you're in California, you add 8.25% sales tax. How much they say? That's 66 cents per book. And $2 for postage and handling per book. They got these prices nice and sorted out, eh?
Yep, they knew. All the time, man. This is the classic. Can't believe there are demons in that cave. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't feel the desire to talk to every single person. You child, you will be okay.
Don't worry, if there's bugs with our cartridge, we can send for a warranty.
There you go. Can I help you? What do you want?
Manuals.
Weapon
Kill
shop,
pot.
let's go. This is some classic ass NES game bugs.
Yep.
The armor
The
shop
weapon
sells the
shop.
weapons, the weapon shop sells the items, yeah.
Items, yeah.
You love to see it. Alright, well.
Well, we're all suited up.
Guess so. Good luck!
Nice waterfall.
Be careful. That's nice. That's still the gold cave.
Yep.
Alright, so that's my attack. I have a jump.
Do
Understood.
a jump.
Okay. You get knocked back? You do. Got it. Oh boy, is the screen not far enough ahead of me.
Yep. Keep in mind, if you're standing still, you do regenerate health over time.
Got it. Does my shield block front?
It
Or is it
blocks your
just
front, and it
defense stat?
specifically blocks that side.
Okay.
You have to make sure you line up the left side of your character if you want to block things.
Yeah.
I wouldn't rely on projectiles actually blocking anything, or blocking projectiles. Nice.
That's all the health I have, so.
Yeah, you're a weak boy right now. A naive champ.
So you're 2 hits to kill.
Just a little bit of a warning for you viewers too. A lot of these enemies are going to end up being really big and full screen, and they're going to flash white on hit. So if you guys are worried about that, epilepsy, etc., headaches, try not to look too closely at the full screen flashbang. It would be much worse when you fight a boss.
I'm prepared. Do I guess I could check my level up setup situation here.
remember, make sure you're saving as much as you can.
Okay.
That's it.
Got it. Oh, they respawn. Got it.
Dude.
Can I hit both?
Cleave. Yeah.
My range is awful is the problem.
Yeah, your sword's like a knife.
Yeah.
That was made very apparent by your front-facing and back-facing sprites. The sword looks more swordly. But from the side, it's a little bit short. Look at you with your HP. Getting bullied by this guy.
Yeah. Well, they don't really, like, move predictably. You'd think they'd have, like, some sort of lunge or something they do to try to close the gap. But they seem to just sort of, run around at random.
These are probably the most annoying enemies in the game. A lot of enemies actually have AI.
Okay. And since they respawn, there's no point in full clearing necessarily.
They're purely looking for progression.
Well, that and experience.
This is like 90% of the game. It is just dungeon grinding. RPG players would love this. It is just dungeon grind. Got quite a bit of HP at this point.
It's more that nothing does any damage. It's probably more accurate.
Oh, so you have a free heal, really. So the game only goes as fast as you want it to. Nice.
Told me to save compulsively, so I will.
Yeah, so you just save.
Took a lot of damage. You blocking me that I don't?
Your range just sucks. It's just bad. It doesn't get better. It doesn't.
It's like the swing is very much on your right-hand side. It doesn't hit in front of you.
The hitboxes for the way your character works, for the attacking and blocking, is really odd.
Because you'd expect like a front-facing swing, but that's not what happens.
No.
I forgot I have a jump.
You do have a jump. $20. Like your chest fanfare?
There you go.
Always been being a big fan of chest fanfare music or pickups. Metroid pickup theme. The jump attack doesn't do any more damage.
I'm just seeing if it breaks the knockback or if I don't get hit as much.
Fair enough.
Because it doesn't hurt my speed at all.
No, it's still 1-to-1.
I can also change 90 degrees in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Whacking demons. The video game.
Oh god.
Yeah, the game also does a lot of these little like roof occlusions. I do like the beams like a lot. Adds a lot of depth to these kinds of games.
Yeah, no, definitely. So like visually there's, I mean it's simplistic certainly, but that doesn't necessarily equate to a bad thing. I'm dead, Ryan.
Dead. Game over. And the water remained muddy.
The water remained muddy.
You're just a kid, you can't go in there. And everyone's like, oh, I guess he died. You're the champion of light. You got killed by one runny boy in the dungeon. You just kept running, you didn't know what to do about it.
Yep. Like, if they're against a wall like this, I can't hit them cleanly most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's the hitbox in front of me is so small. Oh, we leveled up? We did.
Yep.
You died in 2 hits instead of 3 that time.
As a little bit of more tactical talk, when it comes to RPGs, as I'm sure Josh understands, usually with XP, it's usually like a diminishing gain.
Yeah.
Because like your XP requires a lot more to level up. There's always this sweet spot though, this kind of break point, where if you can do enough damage to kill things and you still get reasonably decent XP,
yeah,
you know, to one-shot things and just get a whole bunch of XP through sheer quantity is like usually like a king strat.
Yeah.
That stuff usually sits on top. Fortunately, this game's no exception, because now that you kill things in 2 hits, you're almost more inclined to start killing more things because it's just easier.
I don't know where he is.
Oh, ISO games. This is why Link to the Past remains not incredibly ISO. It still sits pretty top down and doesn't go for a lot of seclusion. The sprites look like they're like that 45-degree ISO. They don't physically act like that. This just they went all in with it. Also why Link horizontally strikes Link to the Past.
Oh god, Skeleton.
He's a skeleton. He's got a little knifey sword too. Whenever I looked at them, I always assumed that the little knife they had, which was probably a long sword, but I'll call it a knife, was facing the wrong way. They gripped it wrong.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean.
But I think more or less because they made it like edge side up, that I think they're supposed to go for like a more like it's broken look.
Yeah, I could see that.
As a kid, I always thought they just wheeled it the wrong way, and it made me mad. Also, their shield doesn't work. I love the flailing in cardinal directions.
Yeah.
It's my favorite.
Well, I can't move at a diagonal, unfortunately, so...
At this point in the dungeon, you pretty much cleared all the first floor as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
It's going to be odd because I can't really remember a lot of the equipment placements in this game. Not that it's not easily solved by like doing a classic dungeon pathfinding of like a right hand or left hand rule.
Mm.
Based on the game's linearity with a lot of this stuff, though, it'll be pretty obvious what you have and don't have. I believe the skeletons follow the same rule you do as well. That if you're on a vertical, that they're sided, like they're attacking on that side. That's where the hurt box is, or the hitbox. Spooky.
Easy enough to deal with because they just kind of walk at you.
Yeah.
The other guys are much more dangerous because they just move around at random.
They just run around here. You can just take a bunch of hits for no reason. Gonna go up or gonna keep exploring?
I mean, I know where this is now, so... Oh god.
And
You broke through my
destroying
defense.
you. Your impeccable swordsman rhythm.
Yeah.
You figured it out.
Get pushed. Get pushed. Die! Where the hell are you? Well, you got knocked back just now and didn't take damage. It's a bull. Get out of here.
Let's say, just try to do that. Or just run into him with your left side. You'll just bonk him over and over.
Yeah.
Try
Because
and
he gets hit with
corral
the
him into a
shield.
corner. Did he go down right there?
No. Ryan, we're hugging the right-hand wall. I don't know if you figured that out yet.
No, I assume.
Oh my god, the frame rate died. The frame rate cannot handle it.
No, it was a 1v1 video game.
So the frame rate didn't like that many enemies.
Four? Yeah?
Sorry?
No, just watch it try to hit the save game button.
It won't. So if I jump and save, it won't let me. Like, that's me hitting A on the save button.
Yeah.
It doesn't like it. I have to be on the ground.
On the ground. Grounded saving. You see?
Get back here!
As you can tell, a lot of the game is standing and hitting.
Yeah. Square up and just swing at him.
Yeah.
The problem is because when I stand still, I regenerate HP. Like, it always incentivizes me to just not move.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, a healing pot! Heck yeah.
I swear the devs, like, either were ARPG fans or when they made the game, or just RPG fans, I should say. I feel like they're just, like, RPG fans, but part of me wants to think, too, that they just saw other people call them pots. Especially because, like, Japan to English, there's, like, other healing pots. They wouldn't call them potions. It's just not the word they use. Or they legitimately think they're pots and not like a flask.
Yeah. I believe that's where I started.
It is.
So. We've made the full circuit. Did we go down here? Yeah, we did. It's the pitiful amount of gold.
$20?
Alright. Let's get out of here.
Oh, classic dungeon exploring. Run around, beat monsters, find treasure.
Kill the frame rate.
Kill frame rate.
Concerning.
Yeah.
Oh. No people down below to cheer me on?
Oh. Some fun parallax, though.
What am I looking at? Why is it lime green?
Right grass. What do you want? It's
Oh,
a bright, sunny day.
Hey, the clouds are nice. I mean, that would imply I am very high up, by the way.
Yeah, you're very high up. You're right till top of the mountain.
Alright, lost time, I take it. Manticore?
You have something way funner than anything else you can imagine.
A harpy. Giant skeleton. Oh, hello. Oh, is it just gonna be him, but like turned into a demon? Nasir, is that you? I'm not seeing an illusion, am I? The demons seem to be afraid of the light. They didn't follow me up here, but I got hurt along the way. I wish I had the healing pot, which can cure anything immediately. Do you have it, Nasir?
I do.
Yeah, I guess. It'd be a real shame if I used it.
It would be.
Thank you, I'll take it. It's bitter. Yuck. Yuck. It doesn't hurt so much now. I can go back to the village, alone. Take me home. Don't leave me here. Wait. I can't go back to the village alone. Oh, I got a fucking escort quest in that here.
Escort quest. Yeah,
that was great. Alright.
He'll pass, don't worry. He'll just try a few times to see if he can move towards you. Nope. He wants to go down more than he wants to go right.
Yeah, no, I understand how the pathfinding is going to fail me. Trust me. I'm on.
It's so funny. Old ass pathfinding where just like every half a second they just make him go the other way to see if he actually makes any distance.
Yeah.
See if it's like his pixel value actually changes meaningfully. If it doesn't, then he just continues going. I don't know the distance on how close or far he's allowed to be. Yeah, you protect him.
I assume I have to. The enemy's track on him is the question.
It's like watching a Roomba.
Yep. Does he take damage, I wonder?
I think he does. I think if you get too far away from him, like he goes way too far off screen, then I think he resets back at the top of the mountain. But otherwise, I think he's just intangible.
If you're gonna have an escort quest in which you don't actually need to protect the thing you're escorting, then why have it at all?
That's a good question.
Are they just testing my ability to remember my way back? Is that what this is?
I'm pretty sure that's all this would be, yeah. Don't worry, we'll make it the gold cave again and not the demon cave.
Oh no. Frame rate Y. At least I know if there's an enemy off screen because the frame rate just dies.
So you had this guy on screen, so he's automatically using up more of your
yeah. The sprite allocation.
Hardware bandwidth.
I'm reminded of Dragon Warrior 2, I think it was, on the NES, where when you got to relatively populated towns, they would have to start having sprite flicker. So certain NPCs would only be on screen for half of the frames to make the frame rate not die. Whatever. I don't care. You can live.
You know, it's like why DK64 was so buggy. It's because they just artificially speed up the game when the latency gets too high.
Yeah.
Or when the frames get too low. Like, yeah, surely if everything just goes twice as fast when the frame rate is half as much, it'll just make it better. Nope. It just causes a lot of bugs. A lot of bugs.
Thank you, Rare.
Little slimes. Ellen.
Oh, Giles has come back safely.
We did it.
I'm glad. I'm glad.
Don't worry, buddy. You're almost there.
Thank you. I've made it home safely. Thanks to you. By the way, about the locked door in the cave. What locked door? I heard the old woman faith healer talk about it. Talk to her if you're interested in it. So long.
I think in the first floor.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't full clear the first floor, so.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I assume that my next thought is to go down to find whatever the demons are coming from. Everybody's talking about you in the village. It's amazing. You alone fought against the demons.
Wow, you're a hero. That rumor spread in like 8 seconds.
Yeah. You did it. I want to be like you when I grow up. Thanks,
You're
kid.
a hero. You saved. You saved a guy.
I think I'm like 14.
Yeah.
I believe there's an elves village called Vola up the river from the village. But I don't know how to get there. Presumably through the cave.
That's a preposterous thought. Why would you ever think the progression is past the boss?
The old lady faith healer is in this house. Cool. You need a staff and a crystal to use magic. I heard that the Earth Staff is in the village of Volo. But I'm not sure. Excuse me? Wait. Where'd that other guy go?
Yeah?
Yeah? V-O-L-A-H?
Yeah, Vola.
Vola. I don't know how to get there.
He doesn't. Yeah, Vola. Completely different. They're completely different places.
I'm just gonna chalk it up to the two of them don't know how to pronounce elf.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
There's gonna be a lot of that in this game.
Yeah, it's gonna be nightmarish when I can't tell the difference between certain things. Her Giles was okay. My boyfriend's wound was also not so bad. Oh.
Good thing we had the pot.
Where are you, doggo? I saw you. Dog, do you have something to say?
Just like a shark. Just every
Bow
now and then. Every now and then you see the tip of your head or the tail of the dog poke out.
Gotta get to this woman before she hides behind the building. You really saved Giles all by yourself? You're magnificent. Truly magnificent. When the old lady Faith Healer was young, there was a path from the gold cave to the elf field. I wonder how many centuries ago it was. Oh, well, thanks for that.
Completely isolated village. Reliant completely on not having a pole.
Was Giles really okay? Oh, I'm so glad.
How you got here?
Huh? How did I get here? Yeah, that's a
Slam.
question. Don't worry about it.
That's amazing.
Thank you. Ryan's gonna read some of these NPCs, hopefully.
Yeah.
I don't have any money, so... I guess I should buy...
You got $20.
200, but yeah.
200, yeah.
The enemies clearly drop money when they die. Cock-a-doodle-doo to you too. Do we hit the weapon shop and buy a healing potion? What's a shiny stone do exactly?
I believe that's also a healing. I think it's a regen.
Buy one of each.
Okay.
Yep.
That pretty much confirms it, so feel free to use healing items as you want. Mind you, I'm pretty sure the shiny stone's a very good healing item. I mentioned to you before that it was, but the shop confirms it that you can just keep getting them. I thought it was a one-time consumable, but obviously it doesn't disappear from the shop. This might be the only shop that has the shiny stone, though.
Interesting. Nasir, no matter what happens, you must not lose faith. Faith stat 99, what? Nasir, please! You, the champion of light, are the only one who can save Lakeland.
Just listen to the stream audio real quick.
Why?
Discord kind of dies sometimes with the audio.
Oh, yeah.
If that dies, there's just like odd clicks.
Yeah, no,
but
that's...
they don't show up on stream, so it's all good.
No, they don't. And it's the same on your end, by the way. Whenever we're playing Tactics, I hear that all the time.
Yeah.
Just get randomly punched in the ear because Discord dies. Yeah. You just kind of have to tank through it.
Yeah, it's all good.
It doesn't show up on the stream, so... You did your best, thank you.
Thank you, I knew you could do it.
Thank you, Ryan. I can't signal Ryan, if anyone's wondering, because he's on like a second or two delay between when he can actually see my face.
Yeah.
So if anybody's wondering if I'm trying to signal Ryan and I do like a motion, he's not seeing that in time.
No.
So we had to talk to old lady Faith Healer to tell me what I already know. We bought some healing stuff. We leveled up a little bit. Some of this text is yellow, which I don't know why.
I think it's describing what the maximum is, just to differentiate it. I didn't see anything in the manual about it.
Really, you're interested in the door? There's a demon called Samson in there.
Manual.
Matthias and I once locked him in with this key. Take this key if you're confident you can defeat him. You get Samson's key.
Spooky key.
So, I'm gonna look something up real quick. One sec here.
Samson became more powerful with the evil water from Lagoon Castle. And he's calling the demons to the cave. Be careful. Hey, we figured it out. This is the only person that knew any of this. Apparently the water makes him stronger. Mud enjoyer. I appreciate the place of faith is like a fortune teller.
Yeah. No, the reason why I'm looking it up is because the main character's name is Nasir. And if you know anything about classic Final Fantasy 1, if you remember, the only programmer listed in the credits name is Nasir.
Yeah.
I don't think he worked on this, which is why I was confused. I was like, did he work on this and the main character is named after him? Is that what's happening here?
That'd be funny.
But it doesn't. He doesn't show up, so...
It's like a fan thing?
Yeah.
For all these years?
Maybe. So, I guess we just progress.
On the horn.
Yeah, hit him up. Do you know Nasir on Fantasy 1? Supposedly, I remember hearing a bit of trivia about him in Final Fantasy 2, and the reason why there's certain bugged code in Final Fantasy 2 is because he didn't like the writing of the story.
Oh, okay.
Notably, there's like an ancient magic you pick up in Final Fantasy II that's supposed to be like super powerful, and supposedly, it's really bad in the game. And supposedly, the reason that is because Nasir himself didn't believe that ancient magic should be stronger than more modern magic, said it didn't make logical sense.
Okay.
So he programmed the spell to be bad, supposedly. I don't know how true that is. I don't think it is. But I just remember seeing somebody talking about it relatively recently.
That's really funny, though. It's like, nah, I don't think it's very good.
I think it should be bad. Alright, let's find this door.
Where could it be?
I thought so. Ryan knows me well enough to know I'm pretty good at, like, making a map in my head.
Yep.
Do I hit button? No, I have to go into item.
Samson's key. I love that. In classic games like this, you should get some nebulous key. There he is.
Oh, hello, Samson. Oh, I see.
He whack. He has a lot of HP and he does a lot of damage.
He does. And he stops me from moving when he does that.
He does. Nice dodge.
Okay. Do I regenerate health? No.
I don't think
okay.
you've been in a boss fight, no.
Interesting.
Heal your minor wound.
Got it. Understood.
I don't think he can jump anymore. Can you jump to avoid the slams?
Probably. I'm more interested by the
choice that he just gets stuck against the wall and doesn't jump further into the corner?
No, so the frustration you're going to run into with this, as far as I can tell, has more to do with the fact that the getting in range to hit him
is completely, like, ambiguous.
Well, first of all, he does that, right? So standing to the side of him is nightmarish.
Yeah. The jumps are so quick, it's so funny.
It's impossible to avoid, yeah.
Life is in red.
But yeah, it's more that to get in range to hit him, I almost certainly have to move in such a way that I get hit by his hurt box.
Yeah, so you have to literally run into him and take a hit to position yourself correctly.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Feel free to do a little bit more grinding if you want some more HP.
I'm just questioning how much of a DPS race it is versus how much I can maneuver around him.
You can try and outskill him. A lot of the time I just try and DPS it.
Now, can I equip 2 items? Or is that not a thing?
No, you can only equip the one.
So when I open this door, I immediately go in and have to put potion on, probably.
Yeah, I would just, like... probably, like... would he use a shiny stone? I don't know.
I can just buy another one. They weren't exactly expensive.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the shiny sounds like a pretty good regen. If it was a slower regen, then I recommend it more, because it gives you more throughput through the fight. I would say, usually I would run into this guy when I can kill the regular demons or the slimes in one hit. Guy is an eyeball.
Handled. You defeated Samson. You get Fire Crystal.
I would probably recommend to go back and rebuy healing items.
Yeah, no, that's the plan.
Then you can talk to everyone. They can tell you how good you are.
Appreciate Ryan being like, you should go back and grind. I'm like, nah, I can handle it. I can mash. I can mash pretty fast.
Especially like at our age, you're gonna find a lot of cheeses with these, and I would recommend just doing the cheeses.
Oh, clearly the game is not giving me enough tools to like try and do this legitimately,
if
right?
If your character's range was even a little bit better, then I would like actually recommend trying to do mechanics, because your range is so awful, and you have to go into a fight at like a health loss or a health deficit to even position. It's a nightmare. Like there's almost like a required amount of damage to take.
I already took it out though. Well, the problem is you get stuff like his jump there, where his jump just hits you, and it's like frame 1.
Yeah,
it's not like
and they didn't teach you about this mechanic ever either.
Yeah. It's the same dialogue.
Yeah, I don't think they actually intend for you to go back. You should kill the boss and move on.
Weapon shop. Can I carry multiple? Yeah, I cannot. Got it.
2 pieces are too much.
I figured.
Short form the word pieces.
Yeah. We have a limited amount of text we can draw on the screen. That's just the way it is.
Clearly, like, the text speed was made for Japanese.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Katakana.
You gotta remember localizing a lot of this stuff back in the day. They did not give you enough space for what you're trying to communicate. And it takes a lot more letters in English to get across the same thing.
Yeah. Congrats on finishing your first dungeon, though.
There you go. Please? Oh my god, these things are still such a nightmare.
Oh.
Should check actually magic.
Yeah, you got a fire crystal. I remember what the fortune teller said. The House of Faith healing woman.
Does I need a ring or something?
You need a rod or a staff.
And a staff. Crystal. Yeah.
Elf field.
I see. They don't want me to go back.
Yep.
Nature's Cave was buried by an earthquake. I can't go back now. Hello, ants. Oh my god, they're so tanky.
Yep. There you go. As the mountains portrayed, the field is not nearly as lime green as you would believe it to be.
Fair enough. I'm just jamming.
Oh yeah, we're jamming. Thank you, bugs. Regen's a lot faster than I remember. Gonna do a good circle around everything?
That's the plan. I clearly need the experience anyway, because these things aren't dying very fast.
Yeah.
Which, probably an equipment deficit, I would assume, for the next town that I need to buy gear from.
Classic RPG.
Yeah. But, with that in mind, I should be going in with surplus of money, which, because I didn't do the experience grind, I'll probably be missing, meaning grinding on these higher level enemies will probably be more worthwhile. There's a scene transition.
There's a scene transition. And the good level design of putting the dirt path kind of pointing up at it.
Yeah, you're with that.
And we are in a forest. There are of what I assume are a more coniferous tree.
Pine needles.
Pointy
There's
tree.
two. That's the village, one has to assume.
Hard to believe
These guys
that
try to
monsters
circle
are
around
fire.
you.
Yeah, they have a very late turn timing.
Getting worked right there. Can't go to the side with the tree in the way. Not a transition, it's just the
Yeah.
edge of the map.
Reminds me of Zombies Ate My Neighbors with the ants. The AI in that game is like absolute insanity. Just having like the weird movement.
I'm just jamming.
Oh,
We're killing shit. This is the respawn from the enemies to start.
Yep. 2. Yeah,
Handle.
he's a strong boy. Oh,
Handle.
annihilated.
Ah, ah, ah. You wanted
A
it.
little bit of a jump scare.
Ugh.
This thing latches onto your arm.
Yeah.
I bet you feel like a accomplished swordsman.
Just stand still and just start swinging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only knows vertical strikes.
You say that, but then you played like DS1.
Yeah, no, there's like a scythe where he just plunks the pointy bit right into the stone floor.
Well, I mean, you just get a sword and you're like, I have a horizontal swing and then a stab, and
Yep.
that's it.
Of course, in Dark Souls, you were never called accomplished at any point in the game. Most respected more for a guy that just picked up a weapon. He's like, oh no, use it.
Okay. $3.99, of course.
Oh yeah, you
Do we go to the village first? Yeah, I think we probably do. I assume the transition area off to the right is probably somewhere they're going to send me.
Volo. So Mojito.
Philip's castle is at the east side of the village. I know everything about the castle. A legend says that every 1,000 years, when sunlight hits the castle, it is put to sleep for 1 year. The 3 tablets with the spell which can break the sleep are scattered around this village. Unfortunately, the castle was put to sleep with our friends trapped inside. I can read the spell. According to what I've learned, one tablet is hidden in the plain, another is in the castle site. I noticed that a man in blue had the last tablet. Wait, you said they were scattered about the village, and then immediately described to me all the places that they are in that aren't the village.
Yeah. Dang elves. That's not my castle. That's what he says. Our demons control the castle now, really.
I see.
Oh, what drink do you have? I saw a fast food drink.
I had McDonald's. There's no actual. I'm actually just reusing the cup, if I'm being honest.
Fair enough. So
You look important.
There.
We're not going to talk to you yet.
Maybe an elf.
Trying to make Ryan read the
Philip's
wolves.
castle has been locked. Yeah, I can read the elves. So we cannot get to Denegal. I wonder how we can open it. I'm sorry. I have nothing you need. The thief took everything the other day.
Okay. Tragic.
Plot relevant blonde character in blue.
Yeah. Just gonna cruise on by there for a little bit. Philip's castle used to be a beautiful castle, but Princess Felicia disappeared from the castle. Since then, the castle has been controlled by demons. I always love these dialogues because it's just how matter-of-fact they are, because they can't like fit enough in.
No, they can't have like any context or anything.
Yeah.
Before the princess disappeared, a spooky-looking woman was wandering around the castle. There may be a connection between the princess's disappearance and the woman.
Spooky.
Spooky.
Bridge that I cannot use.
Some kind of actual bridge up here. Woman hiding behind the house.
This is really, it's really help. It'll really help if you have have the shiny ball from the weapon shop. It'll speed up the recovery of HP and MP.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe the shiny ball was that strong because it accelerates.
Oh, you must be the famous champion of the light. I have a favor to ask of you. This is another mayor's house. Please save the people caught in Philip's castle, will you? No. I see. That's too bad. Volo.
Some people went to Philip's castle because the water got muddy. Something seems to be wrong at the castle. None of them have come back. I hope they're okay.
I have bad news for you.
They're perfectly fine.
This is a village of
elves. You can do it.
It is not a place for human beings.
You love when people in these games are like fantasy races and they have like discrimination.
It's just fun because there's always the distinction between fantasy settings that consider elves humans.
Yeah.
Like make the distinction between like whether or not they're a type of human or if they are like a separate thing.
Yeah.
And whether or not they're just like cultures that interact. Alright, well, let's talk to you.
Like demons in these stories where it's like, oh, you're a demon, you're evil or whatever. But they're like identical looking to everyone else.
Yeah. I travel alone, or you can have the scare. Well, Nasir doesn't speak, I guess. Yeah, go ahead.
I can be Thor here. I travel alone and visit many villages, so I have many things, many rare items. Well, there's a thief just at the shop over there.
Huh.
Thanks, Thor.
I guess I need to go talk to the mayor and tell him I'll help.
Offset fire.
2 frames? Do you love to see it?
Yeah. So like a square and a half.
Thank you.
Hand this movable mantle to our friends Scott and Philip Castle, then we can come back to the village. The reason I read that is because everyone's like, I don't know how to do it. And you're just like, you just this. This is how you do it.
Immovable mantle.
And I'll give you this earth staff. You can use it well. But there are some places where you can't use magic, so be careful. I look forward to your safe return. Why does he assume I'll use it well? He's never seen me use magic.
It's one of those situations where the games are translated and you're not quite sure if the person translating it also is very good at English.
Yeah.
Okay, so you
not the red staff. You learn Fireball.
I see.
Can't use it here though. We just said.
Yeah. No, I understand. Don't burn this city down. Got it.
They're all log houses. It'd be really evil.
So then off to the side here is the thing. They said the plains also has one of the things I need, and then one of them is being held by a blue-haired individual, or an individual in blue.
Yeah.
Who is certainly not this person.
Are you sure? Let's talk to them again. Now that we have the staff. Nice. Do you want to get into Philip's castle? I bet the tablets to get in the castle. I have one of them. I want to look for the other one. I'll help you. I am Thor. We can be good friends. You get Tablet of Faith. You made a friend.
This person's gonna betray me.
I'm for an escort where this person runs at 25% of the speed you do.
Do you fight?
Let's try to find the tablet individually.
Oh boy, does the frame rate.
There, so the frame rate's died. Oh, there's more bugs.
Ah!
I mean,
the frame rate's
against the tree. Kill the bugs. Thor's off screen.
Quick, while the frame rate recovers. I don't know where he went. Oh my god, there's so many.
I have no idea where Thor went at this point.
Oh god, I'm dead?
Yeah, we just got annihilated. The bug flying, dude. I assume that's what the enemies do in this game. It's because it's just like bump damage or like push damage. That they just like crush into you, just smear across the grass. They're all completely immovable. Use your magic.
I have a suspicion that this guy is running directly to the location I need to go to.
Yeah, even though you said let's find them individually, you're disincentivized of running away from them.
Fucking bugs. Oh my god, the pathfinding. Also, his sprite's too complicated, so this makes it that much worse.
Yep.
Look, what's the tablet doing here? Oh, I just found it. Oh. Fancy that.
Let's find another one.
Isn't the other one in the castle?
Yeah, I think that's where we're going now.
Do I have to wait for him?
I also like the stipulation in the castle. Every 1,000 years it sleeps for 1 year, and you can only break the sleep with the tablets.
Yeah.
What's the point? Everyone's just like, oh, you can't go there. This particular year is the leap year when the castle's all closed up. You have to wait till next year. And then we're good for 1,000 years. I'm like, who...
Fun fact, every, I want to say it's every 2,000 years, we skip the leap year.
So there's just 1 year where it doesn't close at all?
Oh god.
Oh god, I've never seen that before.
Do I just regenerate MP? I do. I should just be firing ball like crazy.
Yeah.
Alright.
I love the lore implication. The Elder's like, this is the 2,000th year, the year where the sleeping of the castle skips, so it's not sleeping, so you don't need the tablets anymore. But if you go tomorrow, that's the end of this year, and you'll need the tablets.
No, I mean,
around
like,
the village.
in real life, right? We have the February 29th, right? Every 2,000 years, you skip one. Because the way the calendar works, the percentage of day lines up in such a way that you skip one. Do I even need you to be on screen? I assume that's death if I just fall, yeah?
Alright, save and just take a dip. Very unceremonious. It's also a lot longer of a fall than it looks.
I was gonna say, I mean, you know me, I have to. Can I just throw myself off other edges? No.
You're good. They can't follow you as much as they try.
Alright.
Yep. This is the answer. Hey, the tablet.
I
She's
see.
here. You might be able to go back and talk to Thor.
I assume he's gonna body block the bridge, though.
I think he bodies it. When do you take him back? Okay.
I just ditch you? No?
No, I think you literally have to wait for him to get close enough where it lets you go past. I didn't even remember what the condition would be. Like what, 5 to 10 tiles?
Kind of needs to be on screen, yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, combo. For burst damage. How many spells can you cast? For enough mana. You cast a lot.
More than the game will even let me rapid fire.
Only regens while you're staying. It's not regens over time.
Kind of trivializes this now.
I mean, a range attack with actual range?
Well, more on the fact that there's no cast to it, so you just...
No, there's no timing. You just hit the button.
Yeah.
Vola.
Who's talking right now? Oh, you found it. It's gotta be the old man, yeah. The spell is Heike Lamarilla Kemui.
Larmarilla.
I wonder if that's, like, phonetically translated Japanese. And it's supposed to sound like that way.
I have something to take care of. I'm leaving now. So long. Gone.
You steal my money? Didn't steal my money.
Is the item shop stock again?
We're
I
headed.
mean the armor shop?
Armor shop. Nothing. Weapon shop? Can I help you? What do you want? I see.
Incredibly expensive though.
Luckily I have one. Shiny stone. Different thing.
Dude.
Alright, well.
You can get inside Philip's castle with the spell.
Of faith, wish, and hope.
Good names.
They're all the same thing.
They're the same thing, yeah.
The mayor have anything to say?
And this movable mantle to our friends got there. I'll look forward to your safe return.
Fair enough. Let's go!
Philip's Castle. The worst part about webcam is when one person yawns, the other person does. I go over at YouTube and I just see you yawn. I'm like, fuck. There you go. Magic man. With your red earth staff and your fire crystal.
Could be a super earth staff.
I like the colors used too. I like the really glassy water.
Yeah. And the, like, attempt at reflections by having the, like, brown,
Yeah.
like, texture overlay, if you will. Not texture, obviously, it's like a sprite thing, but...
Sprite. Just having, like, the randomly, like, brown pixels mixed in there, yeah.
Yeah. It's meant to be, like... Because the water is, like, rippling, you can kind of see the reflection, but it's not clear.
Not very clear, no. Makes this area seem really cold.
Yeah.
So gray.
Yeah, almost inclement weather. Loot? No loot. Get loot?
The rounded pillars.
Yeah. Loot?
Second door.
What's the door I need to go through, isn't it?
There's two. Which door do you want to go in?
This was the one I needed.
Is it?
Do I need to equip the things? May the gods hear our wish. Please wake up the door of hope from its deep sleep. Heiki Lamarilla Kemhui. And we're in.
Nice decor.
What the hell is that? That's just like Russian, like old Russian, like eagle, whatever it is, symbol.
Yeah.
Whatever the hell these horrible chimera are. Oh, hello, sir.
Right. Nice.
I see.
Shield. He blocks the magic.
That seems to be the case. This floor like pixel tile set's nightmarish.
Yeah, it's gonna ruin the bitrate, I imagine. Also ruins your eyes.
Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, you found that rhythm there on the healing. It's the
That's
frenzy
terrifying.
in Diablo too.
Not immune to fire, so. Huh.
Floor down.
I'm gonna refrain from that for now.
I don't think that's a scene transition.
How'd you get by me that time?
I don't know. There's a $100 dues.
Thanks, game.
You love money. Especially after this long path.
Yep. And the shiny ball is like 10 grand. Here's 200 gold.
2%.
Keep yawning, make Ryan upset.
Yeah. Sleepy boy.
Yeah.
You've gone
Where'd you
into
go?
the abyss of the wall. Okay.
We're fine.
Just funny. It's just so this game, just getting clipped like 5 or 6 times in a row, and like, what was good health suddenly is not okay. You suddenly panic.
Ugh. It's so fast.
Yes. There you go.
Easy enough.
You want to?
Empty room.
Big ol' empty room.
You gonna follow me? I see.
Yeah, it's very labyrinthine in this current path.
Oh God.
Good.
Oh, there we go.
Nice.
Come here. Come here.
Just whiff the whole brush.
Where did he go? Oh, there he is.
God.
He jukes me.
Does juke.
Oh, I hit him that time. He just has like a charge because he speeds up.
Yeah, it's when he gets like within enough tiles, he speeds up when he gets more inclined to target you.
Key of prison.
Key of prison.
Okay. Understood.
It's a concept, not a place.
Not the prison key. The key of prison. Just prison is like a general thought.
It represents all of it.
Yeah. Oh, hello. You snuck by my sword somehow.
Got the moves.
Oh, sped up. Here he comes. You gonna run out of steam?
There you go.
Oh god, I'm dead?
Appreciate you just started running out when your speeds match. Just right on your tail.
That missed apparently. There we go, we're good. Okay. He's gonna respawn, I assume. Oh, loot. Gold armor.
Gold armor.
Some actual loot. A spray change. You love to see it. Should a palette swap, but we like these. We take them.
Like the blue cape?
Yeah. I can dig it. Let's go. What I care more about is the defense bonus. And a dead end. Just far enough to make this guy respawn on the bottom, on the far left.
Yep. And charge at you from the 5 tiles you can see ahead.
Yeah, now we're good. I think I leveled up as well.
Yeah.
I can never quite tell what's the edge of the area because the screen looks like... Because it's so close, I just assume that, oh, it must be the edge of the area, but no. My draw distance is just that low. Just start slinging them.
It's an infinite resource.
Yep.
Just fire off the magic in this old castle.
Yeah, they said this place was asleep, but I guess the gate was asleep.
Yeah, the door's asleep. But it's filled with demons. Notably because I think called it at one point the demon castle again.
Yeah. Even though it's Philip's castle, whoever Philip is. Oh, hello from...
From the void.
Appearing from the void. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Gay!
4 or 5 degrees, we can't see him. Oh, snipe.
Where'd you go?
Huge snipe. Door. I'm going. Is this the prison?
Doesn't seem to be. Alright. I assume the prison is downstairs. It's the first thing I encountered. Which I was probably supposed to go down there, find the guys locked up, and then head back up here for the key, I would have to assume?
Yeah, probably will tell you where the key is if they found it. If they want to make this a linear experience.
I like how when he jumps, you can see him look down for a frame.
Yeah.
Before he actually lands. Alright, well. Why, you like this? Get juked.
It's just like a little bit too play. Snap turn. 180 degree in one frame.
Gotta do what you gotta do, right?
Ankles devastated.
Left his shoes behind. Why won't you die? I've bonked you so many times.
I also appreciate they just called the health bar player. They didn't call it Nasir.
Yeah.
Clearly they had like all these things designed and they just threw the names in after.
I should appreciate that Nasir, every time it appears, is in all caps.
Yeah. Proper noun.
800 gold.
$800. And you're almost to a level up.
Yep. Alright.
As you can see when we started this, I'd mentioned how maze-like these get. Like, there's like no rhyme or reason.
I mean, castles do work kind of like this. They're meant to be sort of maze-like.
Yeah.
But, it's clearly like a level design decision.
Yeah.
As you can tell, though, I'm just the type of person that's be like, alright, right-hand wall, let's go.
Indeed. Let's see where the background will start.
Yeah, I know. I can feel myself accelerating as the frame rate recovers.
It recovers, yeah, actually. All the knights get left behind.
Did I snipe him? Ugh, got it. Give me that XP. Alright, prison area, yeah?
Color change. Jellyfish.
Oh, lordy. Wizard
Mage.
lad. At least I can hear him coming.
Everything went from fine to terrifying incredibly quickly. Shotguns, projectiles all over the screen.
That's fine. I can handle this. Oh, hello.
Oh, there he is. From the shadows.
I was like, I hear him. Where is he? Dead end. Alright.
The weird stone carvings on the wall.
Don't worry about it. Oh, God. Just save compulsively. That's fine.
Yep.
Oop.
Every dub's a dub. Yeah, it's been going on forever. It feels.
Yeah. I mean, it's classic
Run out of-
RPG, like, dungeon design of we need them to be huge.
Good on that guy. It's just very, like, a long snaking path. It just seems to go and go.
Where is he?
Well, get in there and find him.
Sir. Sir, I know you're alive. Thank you.
My hero UI is telling me. A reward for walking 5 miles in this underground. $80.
Let's go.
$80. Yeah.
Illusory walls?
No, nothing like that.
Oh, God.
Wizard. And we'll do the loop all the way back.
Cast so fast.
Yeah, you just no holding back, just lets those fireballs rip. Jellyfish.
Where did he go?
Go into the nebula and aim left or right and shoot. You'll find them. You can't have strayed that far. Surely doesn't go that deep.
Stay against the wall. Stay. And yeah, we have these ridiculously long hallways.
I know, it just goes for ages. The brain melted yet?
No. Enemies are dangerous enough. It's definitely novel still. And I'm confident in my methods, so...
Yeah. Look at that DPS.
It says as all my health melts. Just that because your HP regeneration and MP regeneration are such, you end up with just a lot of downtime.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not pausing because I'm like I'm needing a mental break. I'm just waiting for the health to come back.
Yeah. Everyone's out here playing their RPG. Josh out here playing the shmup.
Yeah, more or less. Alright, so there's this prison cell. Good day, friends. What shall we do? Princess Felicia was taken away by a strange woman.
Ah, did you come here to save us? You brought the movable mantle, didn't you?
Now we are safe. I bet everyone is worried about us. No, no one. They in fact told me not to come get you. I went against their wishes. Do I... Thank you. Now we can go back to the village. By the way, we found out that this is the key to the stairs leading to the second floor of the castle. Thank you so much. We'll go home now. Please be careful. Key of Phillips. Like CDI? Oh.
Yeah.
Fucking flashbang me.
Yeah. Josh messaging me earlier. It's like slightly sick. I'm like, hopefully it gets over that really quick. It's gonna be a lot of white on this screen.
Ooh.
$100.
Excellent.
There's gonna be a lot of prisons still unexplored.
Yep. Working on it. And I gotta go through the center of this room because it's huge for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
I hear ya.
Matthias, I can't kill this enemy mage. All he does is walk in a straight line and shoot projectiles in 30-degree increments.
Try shot though. and expecting me to jump him around the corner. Alright, so we didn't put loot in the middle of the room randomly.
Thankfully.
I'm sure they will at some point.
Annihilated.
You're shoved into a locker.
Hillary.
Ah!
Ah.
Ah!
This fucking map. It's level design.
Why can't I hit you? I'm just gonna get killed here.
Spam the magic. Magic's always the answer.
Just deliberately messing with this pathfinding now so that I don't get shot. Okay.
You just swing the corner and burst them.
Easy. Pre-fire if I could.
$100.
How do we reward the player? What kind of loot do you think would be cool? Healing potions? Nah. Let's give him money.
Money for the shop that had everything stolen, so you can't use it.
Well, even worse than that, the shop that he can't get back to in any meaningful capacity.
Yeah.
It'd be one thing if I could easily get back to the shop to consume said money, but because I can't, like, it's a worthless thing to give me.
Yeah. I know how much HP you had, though. I remember when you started with just a couple pixels.
Yep. I mean, the progression's pretty quick. Granted, I don't know how long this game is. I can't imagine it's particularly long.
No.
All I'm saying is I would probably rather be playing, like, ActRaiser.
Yeah.
Or Terra Enigma. Which is a game in kind of a similar vein to this, but better.
Mm.
I'll probably get you to play it at some point, if you're unfamiliar.
I am indeed unfamiliar. Oh, ActRaiser was fun.
I want to say the... What was it? Illusion of Gaia?
Yeah.
If you're familiar. Kind of works like this a little bit. And that's like a Terra Enigma game. What's the other one? Soul Blazer I'm thinking of?
Yeah, Soul Blazer.
Ugh. Enemies are interesting, but the variety is clearly quite limited. They have like 2 enemy types per area as far as I can tell, maybe 3 down the line.
Yeah, they don't mix it up too much.
I would think probably when I get to floor 2, they'll introduce a 3rd enemy or something. Or they'll take the mages from down here and put them with the 2 knights.
Mm.
Why are they so healthy?
Thank you, jellies. So I imagine you're probably on the path to do so, but I would recommend going back to the town that you saved the elves.
I mean, when I go back to the first floor, yeah.
Yeah, when you make it back to the first floor.
I would like to not have to come back here, so...
Yeah.
Well, that's concerning.
I think it's their way back up.
I don't think that's true. That is. Yeah, cool.
I think you pretty much cleared it.
We must have.
Yeah.
Like, so that's right-hand wall all the way to the end, then.
Yeah.
Unless there's any specific loot. I feel like there must have been something down here that I missed, though.
In this main chamber, I think you just go bottom left a little bit. I think it's the only thing, because this is all islands.
Yeah,
I
well...
think this is just the other side of the prison, yeah, because that wall is where you got the money before on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, that much I know. I'm just confused by, I was expecting some piece of equipment. At least somewhere down here.
I think our litmus test for that is going back to town, but I think you got everything. So I don't actually remember if there's anything in the prison worthwhile.
I was gonna say, we grabbed some... I'm surprised that the only loot down here is money.
I think when we go up to the next floor, there'll be stuff up there.
Cruise.
Moving. Town's not very far away, so...
No. Well, I mean, not from the prison, anyway. To go to the second floor, I'm gonna have to run to, like, the upper left of the map, so... The absolute annihilation of the frame rate is not helping.
Mm-hmm.
Good job! Thank you, sir.
Thanks. I sell good armor at Denegal, but you'll have to save your money.
Let's see. Thank you so much. You really saved us.
You did it.
You sell things? No.
Well, rip.
Just replacing my potion.
Elves we saved. Yeah.
Talk to the mayor, perhaps? Thank you. This village will become peaceful again. Ah.
Great.
I see.
See any new elves around?
I'm just trying to see if anybody stands out. I'm worried about Princess Felicia. There they are.
Okay. Saved our life. Thank you very much.
You saved our life, but did you find Princess Felicia? We must hurry.
To defeat Nutella, the right door of Philip's castle will open. Thank you very much for saving us, Len.
Like, the tensing and the way that it's written, the grammar is, like...
It's very stiff.
It's very borderline wrong a lot of the time. Or just actually, like, not correct. Alright, well, I replaced my potion, so there's that. Who did the music for this?
I don't know.
We have to beat the boss to unlock the door to the right side of the castle, which is presumably progress to the next town?
Yeah. Those did describe there being another floor, though.
Yeah, well, I know there's another floor. I just mean another floor is going to have the boss, and the boss is going to unlock that door. And then I'm going to have to progress through whatever that is to get through there. I don't think it's that one. I think it's further down.
Somewhere like very... Yeah, like we go somewhere up here, and then it's just like top right or something.
Yeah, well, I know it's top right, and then it's going to be like the top of the map. That's a long hallway of some kind. I think it's up here, I want to say.
Yeah, just like this just goes forever, and it's somewhere up here.
How much XP do you even give me? 5.
Huge.
Just trying to figure out if it's worth it to hit level 10.
At this point, your health looks like it's pretty good, and your damage doesn't feel too bad.
There it is. So I remember my way around.
Cute films.
Can I?
I think it'll let you do it.
Oh.
Assuming you hit the jump button.
No, Ryan, when I said can I meant throw myself to my death. You know that was on purpose.
Oh, okay. Yeah, every time there's a gap like this, it will let you die.
Oh, a balloon enemy. Oh, lightning balloons. Interesting. You're immune to magic while you're electrified. And... Ghoul? Ghost thing?
On his invisible bicycle.
Yep. So again, the implication with the way that this is designed is that we are very high up.
Yeah, in the sky. This is what the game did all the time, just everywhere. They just made this ridiculously tiny backdrop to make it seem like you're just like in atmosphere, in orbit, almost.
People haven't seen me play where the fuck the point and click was with Ryan.
Shadowgate.
Shadowgate. But if you know anything about me, you know that if it'll let me throw myself to my death, I will find out. I have to know.
Yeah, I don't know, yep.
So this is like the fundamental problem, though. I assume there's a piece of gear that's gonna perhaps raise my HP recovery rate to compensate for the fact that my maximum health has increased dramatically.
Do you want the answer?
I imagine the answer is no, because they didn't think that far ahead, but...
Remember to always give this game the smallest amount of credit you can. I need the mechanical design. Pretty sure it's just gold up here, by the way.
Yeah, it's just cool.
At least the armor is gold. At least they didn't make the armor silver and the rest of the castle's gold. This area is not very big, if I remember correctly. As you can tell, I was scouting the perimeter.
Do you hurt me at all when you're not electrified? Oh my god, can you just calm down? You do.
Great.
Problem solved.
Anti-cheese lightning. I don't think it's very worth it to even attack the clouds, to be honest, at the wait.
I hit level 10, so we're good.
Roger. $100.
Another pitiful amount of money. Love to see it. Alright.
Stuff.
Keep hitting jump.
The FF15 problem, you're just jumping at everybody.
Yep. You walk up to every objective and just jump.
Jump at him, jump at the shop man, jump at the quest giver.
Surprised these lion heads don't spit fire at me.
That'd be great. Don't remember there's actually traps in this game. I don't think there were.
I mean, there are a bunch of holes in the floor, so there's that.
Yeah.
I assume the knockback could kill me with. So what's like the practical necessity for Philip here to have this orbital tower?
I don't know. Fun balcony. What about the brown room? What do you think that's used for?
One can only guess.
Here's the boss chamber.
Seems to be boss chamber, yes. But I
I
lack
believe
a
there's some
key?
more. Yeah, I don't think you have the key yet. Oh no, the elves gave you the key to the door.
Could be the same key that opens it, I don't know.
Yeah, they might just let you go in as well. I
Continue
think there
searching.
is loot though. I remember there being chests somewhere in this.
Oh my god.
The
Please.
litmus test here is if you find a sword or a shield, the other one most certainly exists.
Please.
Your current set. Yeah, don't fall. I feel like the damage they put into all this though.
I mean, yeah, the place looks good. There's no issues there.
Obviously, the gold brick being the exact same throughout is kind of a
Concerning, yeah.
monotone.
I mean, like I said, it's a very simplistic game, but
Yeah.
it isn't necessarily a bad thing on its own.
No, there's a
Fucking
attempt.
died.
That guy just fucking destroyed you. Ran you over on his bicycle.
Yeah, nah, I just forgot to actually stop to heal.
Yeah. I just love there's no like hit feedback either. Just a knockback
Yeah.
and you flash.
Yeah.
You just silently get killed.
So there's basically no feedback. Your health is really not particularly well pronounced. Large shield,
A large variety.
which presumably is a statistical change and affects nothing else.
Cool.
Much better defense, though.
I'll look around and see if I can find a sword.
That's the plan. I wasn't gonna go like progress until I finish clearing the area anyway.
What hold sword exists? I remember a lot of the dungeons dropping both, but I think the start of this game might have even been a little bit weird, but I guess we'll see. So I don't think you have that much left to explore at this point. You kind of hit all the corners and a lot of the middle.
Much left, but we shall find out.
Around it, okay. I'm assuming if you go straight up, this probably brings you back to the entrance.
Yep.
Yeah, so you full cleared this. I would probably honestly tackle the boss to see what it drops.
I don't think we're done yet.
Pretty much hit everything. Walked, I think, all around the border here. I think there's maybe
No.
a little centerpiece, but that's about it. I do appreciate the backdrop is still done in the same style that I so. I like the roundedness.
I gotcha.
It's a nice consistency.
Why?
Look at all the friends on screen.
Look at all the frames. Start killing enemies just to recover frames. I'll protect you, frame rate.
Yeah. If no one else will, I will. Warrior frames. Champion of render throughput.
I have to assume the original SNES would have the same problems, so.
Yeah. This is pretty accurate. I forget how to attack the boss at this point. I have to go like...
No, I'm fine getting back to the boss. I'm just making sure that I've...
This is shield.
Yeah, this is where the shield was, yeah. And getting back to the boss is easy. Just go to the outer perimeter and hug the right-hand side.
Yeah. At the very tippy tops where you found the 2% of a shiny stone in gold.
Yep. At least at the lower frame rate, I can dodge more effectively.
Yeah, just get more time to react.
So I believe the boss is in from here.
Yeah, this looks like it. Yeah, there's a tiny bridge.
Yeah. Thought it was down this way. Yeah. Should open up to the left. Up this way.
I think left wall sideways. All the enemies on screen don't render, so you get the fast regen.
Alright.
Make sure to
Can I
save
even
again.
open this door?
I assume we can. You did a good job clearing everything. Just opens. Pretty sure you're in the transition, you can do all this.
Manticore! I see. I can't use magic?
No boss fight magic.
Got it. Okay.
Violated.
You dash. You shoot fireballs only on that side, though. You shoot small fireballs on the other side. Can I even hit you?
It'll be ambiguous, but the answer should be yes. That is completable, actually.
I would assume that I can deal damage to him, yes. Question is, do I, like, run up to him? Do I bait this? So I can just run up and hit him. Baiting it seems non-effective.
Hit him all the way to one side and then try and get behind him to whack him billion times.
If I get behind him, though, I'll just get caught, I assume. Please? He just continuously fires in all directions?
Yeah. Can he get on his front right and then turn left to try and dodge the fireballs? Something like that. That should be a sweet spot with his hand, I would think. I think it's
Yeah, it's gotta be. It's gotta be like a really awkward angle I gotta stand at. I'm like too big.
Yeah, you're like slightly too big, so like the shotgun of them like just hits you.
So you like get the bait him to go in. He pushes you across his body the opposite side. Yeah. Despite being on his left, it pushes you through him to the right. Because I guess the game prioritizes moving you right.
It's just wherever the opposite direction of wherever you're facing.
He really doesn't like that I'm over here, clearly. So the game wants me to be down there so he can do his charge attack.
Yeah.
But his charge attack's like unavoidable? Charge. Like, there's no way to do that effectively.
Because his AI can't fucking path in time. Oh, this game's great.
I was gonna say, I gotta figure out... There's gotta be some sort of cheese here. So, like, you can't just move to the side. You have to swing around behind him in time. But the moment you get behind him, he doesn't like it, and he just resorts to shotgunning the tiny projectiles. You can't hit him with ranged attacks at all.
No, there's no magic in this fight.
He kills me in like 3 hits, so there's that.
That's killing what he gets.
So like that is how you dodge it. But the only reason that worked is because the frame rate died. If I just let him charge me with them.
As if you're running close to him, you just start shooting fireballs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't like you getting in melee. Like, you can't run up to him. You have to wait for him to come to you. But you also can't dodge it or be too far to the side. So clearly it wants me to do that. But the only way that makes sense is if there's, like, an avoidance. I could just leave, by the way.
Yeah, just leave. It's just faster to be killed and reload, though.
Yeah, no, I intend to die and reload more than that, but... But because he shoots directly, like, 90 degrees to the side, like, there's... You can't just sidestep. You have to go behind him. There has to be a thought process here, right? Like, there has to be a design philosophy. And maybe it's just do that a million times.
Yeah.
Problem is, he doesn't actually give you enough time to, like, consistently avoid that.
No.
And you don't have the attack range to hit him. Like, I'm trying to figure out what level of precision they're expecting here.
Can he try and kind of side behind him where there's that little bit of land that goes into the wall? I think there's a sweet spot up there.
No, because he shoots behind
he's gonna
himself.
fire
You can
a
see it.
fucking ball.
You can see that he shoots directly behind
Is there a
himself.
timing where in between each shot you can get a hit in?
Yeah. Tried to get behind him, it didn't work.
Yeah, like I wonder if there's a timing on like the yellow side where you can hit him as he's spamming fireballs and just get one hit and back up to stay between the bottom and the bottom left one.
I was gonna say, the fireballs, like, instantly kill you, too, which is the problem here.
Yeah.
Because, like, I had way too big of a model. Like, there's just nowhere to stand.
Yeah, stack. No.
And if I go behind him, then he shoots in that direction instead.
Yeah.
You can't go from the side. If you just dodge, which is like this, there's a window there where I can hit him from the side, but then he instantly goes back into this, which would require me to run back down.
Yeah, except to take a swing and then hold down, essentially.
Yeah, and then I need to do that, I guess, forever? But, like, the odds of me even hitting him most of the time is pretty nil.
Yeah.
Like, the charge and the frontal cone that he shoots out from the charge is the least damaging thing. So I have to assume that's what they want you to be dealing with. Right? There's not nearly enough time, by the way.
No.
Yeah, I don't know.
Too brutal.
Like, short of grinding for, like, 25 levels so I can just DPS race it, I don't know what I'm supposed to do, Ryan.
Yeah, sure. It's literally just the nature guy with the sword. And I'm pretty sure this guy was, like, one of the hardest fights in the game.
Yeah, but I don't... It's not about hard, Ryan. Like, there's nothing that I can do. Like, it would be different if it was like, oh, you need to do this really specific thing. But, like, short of, I bait this, run over, and get the one hit in that I can get, maybe, as he passes backwards. Like, there's no gameplay here. So what am I supposed to do?
Uh, for how hard the difficulty is of happening to go to the side and landing like one hit and doing that for like 30 minutes, grab a couple levels and see if you can just DPS race the charge and brute force it with the potion.
Alright.
That would have been my answer as a child. The worst answer Josh hates. Which XP are we looking at?
Like the next 2 hours.
1260 or 1160 you're at. 166. Go on and off screen for where the two bicycle guys spawn. That'll probably be the quickest.
I mean, I'll just run around the whole area, like, that's fine, but...
You can run in and out of the boss chamber.
I guess.
I don't think so today, Chimera. So if the two guys spawn, I'd go down and pick up the other one.
I think that's probably a terrible way to do this, so we're just gonna run off and go kill things for a while, but...
Yeah. Like these three rooms just have these guys that spawn.
Yeah, I mean, so does the whole rest of the area. It's just that I'm gonna need to stand still and recover HP regardless.
Yeah. Or Cloud. How could you?
I mean, if I'm gonna need several levels, this is gonna be the rest of the stream.
It's all good. As is the nature of awful RPGs. When they go and get stuff, grind. Skip mechanics.
I'm just fascinated to think, like, what's the intended way to do that?
Yeah, I'll say you definitely did figure it out. It's just like the positioning and the way the sprite hitbox is. It's just nice with the timing, especially because the charge is inconsistent. The timing and for everything needed is just so precise that you don't have that control to accomplish it.
I don't know, I'm just unconvinced that that's the way they intend for you to do it.
Yeah, sure. So the only other thing I think of is sticking to his left so his sword's on the right and trying to find a specific angle when he's spitting fireballs at you and the spamming because you're too close to try and find a timing where you can hit him in the face and back up before it hits you. think some sweet spot with that is maybe more achievable.
Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah, when he charges at you, you have to run left or right. The fireball that you pretty much have to get by would push you to the left or right. I guess you probably have to be on his right side, so that way the sword's on the right hand, or like on the right distance. Then
Yeah, the problem is that because you're
pushes
holding...
you just to the side enough.
Yeah, but that's not what will happen, because the problem is because you're running to the left, your character's facing left, meaning the second you get hit, you get pushed into him to the right. And then the rest of the things hit you, and you cascade all the way to the other side.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm looking at it and I'm like, did they play this? Like, did someone on the team play this and know how to solve it?
That's a good question. I questioned that a lot when it came to SNES games. Evo comes to mind.
I don't know, I would not put Evo in the same boat as this.
No, this is definitely in a league of its own, but there's definitely fights where I'm like, how much practice did the devs put in to make this accomplishable?
No, I just look at it like the way I look at like WoW devs. And I'm like, were they just invincible when they did this? Or did they just did they come through and fight all the bosses with the last set of gear in the game? And we're like, well, it's all completable, so
probably, yeah. Look at it. I've got these poor devs up on the horn. Find out what this dev cycle is like.
Well, it's like you compare it to like bad RPGs, right? And you think back to playing through Final Fantasy 1, where you're just like, clearly they didn't test a lot of this, because a lot of it doesn't work properly. But at the same time, you're like, yeah, but like none of it's obviously incompletable. So just like, if you played through the game from start naturally and got to this boss, I fail to see how the average player could come to any other conclusion than it's impossible to defeat. Like, that's what I'm confused by. Like,
that's why I played it with the save states, and I didn't even play it on the console.
Yeah, but what's save states gonna do for me here?
Brute force trying it until I was just good enough.
Dude, it's not good enough. Like, that's my confusion. Right, good enough would imply that there's like a skill happening here.
Yeah, I think the worst part of this fight too is I'm positive the boss drops the sword for the area. So I'm almost convinced too that the devs were like, oh, people just DPS cheese it, so let's just not give them the sword yet.
Yeah.
Which further is like, well then...
I mean,
expect of like a 10-year-old to do this.
I mean, that's my confusion though. Is I'm like, if I had a weapon that was a little bit longer than this, right, I would be able to easily come to the conclusion, okay, the game just really wants me to sit down and just learn how to dodge this over and over and over again, and then just stab him from the sides as he goes by. Yeah. But because of the way that the game is made, half of the time that you go into melee something, you just hit them with your body. Because your range is so low, and there's not really a way to not do that. Yeah. Like, I have no doubt someone will go back through here and be like, oh, such and such speedrunner can do it perfectly. I get it. I'm sure that there's a way to do this that allows you to move pixel perfect that you would never bump into him.
Yeah,
but like,
some setup for it.
For the average human that is not spending hours and hours figuring that out, like, I have to wonder what the thought process is.
I wonder what the game guide says. Probably just grind.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I've never seen the speedrun of this at like a GDQ ever so long ago at this point. So I can't really say how they did it. I mean, I could go look it up, but I'll save that probably for another time. But no, I imagine it probably looks like that.
And what do you mean? Like, the speedrun for this guaranteed is some sort of, like, nightmarish, this part of the game happens to be broken, and there's a way to, like, stun lock him if you have a very specific rhythm or something.
Yeah. Yeah, so definitely after this episode, I should go see what the intention is. I'm curious. Yeah, because I remember as a kid, I was just like, I can't fucking do it. Yeah, just DPS race. Get some levels, burn the health pot, and be done with it. So I didn't mind the grind too much in this area though, simply because the enemies just weren't very hard.
I mean, none of the enemies are hard, right? Like, that's...
I would say, like, time-consuming. Like, the clouds are probably the most erratic.
Yeah.
Then, like, that's the one of two enemies that are in this floor, and the other guys just run at you. So it's quick.
I don't know. When it comes to games like this, I'm always like, I really don't like to use the word hard, because hard would imply there's like a skill happening, right? Like there's like some sort of thought process or decision making going into like how you're going about approaching it, and you need to execute a particular way. Whereas I'm just like, really all that's happening here is I'm jamming my face into most of these things and hitting the button.
Yeah. The hard part's timing. Purely execution.
But it isn't, though, because whether or not they're going to hit me is, like, almost entirely random from a visibility standpoint.
Yeah, visibility. That's why it has to be on your raw gamer sense and intuition. How many pixels you can get to this enemy that is no bounding box.
Yeah, because I'm just like, half of the time I'm blocking him, and half of the time he's getting, like, pushed by my shield. And then the other half of the time I'm getting hit. But the determination of whether that's happening or not doesn't appear to be based on anything visible to the player.
Well, that's where the ISO really absolutely fucks with the game. And yeah, I was like, if the sword zone was like twice as generous, or like your hitbox was half as big, then a lot of this would be like significantly less of a problem.
This feels like a game that was designed in such a way that the sword should take, like, this should be half the speed and twice as long.
Yeah. And
the game would be infinitely more playable.
Yep.
Because, like, this is awful. This is what I'm doing right now. If that took twice as long and was out for twice as long, but was, you know, had twice the range, then there would be a video game here that, like, required me to understand ranges and, like, kite and, like, be able to move backwards and stuff and do this. But because you need to be touching things, essentially, to kill them, like...
you need to be the threshold just before touching them.
Alright, that's 2 levels.
There you go.
I need 600. I need like 300 more XP to get the next thing.
Yeah. I would heal up. Give him a go, see if it helps out at all.
I mean, helps out at all. I'm just going to be jamming my face into him until he dies, so...
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just figuring out the threshold in which the DPS race works.
Yeah, well, because, like, you're playing this, and you said to me, oh, this is like an ARPG, and I'm like, no, this is Hide Light.
Yeah.
If you know what Hide Light is.
I've heard the name and I know the genre, but I've not played it.
So in Hide there isn't an attack button. You go into attack mode, and if something touches the front of your character, then they get hit.
Isn't that just like East?
No, because East is a swing. East is a swing.
East has a swing, okay.
This is different, totally different.
Yeah, I remember there being a game like
everything I just described about it playable is in East. That's why you would just play East.
Yeah, you just play East. You just go play that game. That's what it is. Yeah, I thought East was the on-contact one.
There might be some that are, but no, Hide-Lide's the one that does that.
Okay.
But, like, no, East has, like, a swing. And then, like, Terranigma, you have a spear, and that's a whole thing, and it works differently, and you have, like, you can channel the spear, and it spins, and it blocks and reflects projectiles.
Yeah.
Like, it's a whole thing.
Yeah, play me some of those, eh?
Alright. Yeah, like this, I'm just like, hey, I can show you a bunch of games that play like this, but are, like, competent.
Yeah.
Alright. What up, big guy? We're gonna hang out in the corner, you and I.
Yeah. You don't even need the potion, you just do so much damage at this point. It's the issue, again, with RPGs and the leveling, because all your stats go up,
Yeah.
the disparity of how much health he loses to how much health you're losing, and your total pool just gets too big, and you just... Yeah, and you get the fucking sword.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, is... Like, the entire time I'm sitting here like, oh, I should position, maybe there's, like, a way... And I'm like, no, they just intended you to be a higher level. And their design philosophy behind the boss having... multiple the fact of the matter is, right, the boss is really interesting, and it has a charge. It shoots out a cone that forces you to dodge to the side. It specifically has attacks that keep you from passing the halfway point, because it wants you to push down here and try and dodge the charge, and if you try and cheese that, then it, like, blocks it. Like, they put all that work into that, and none of it matters, because the way the boss actually works is to just kill it with damage.
Yeah, damage.
That's what, like, confuses me, because I'm like, clearly someone on the team wanted to put some effort into how these bosses would work.
Look how much damage you do now.
Yeah. But if you're just like, if my conclusion is, oh, this is just a numbers game, then yeah, like, then this is just all I should be doing.
Yeah, that's why I use the term RPG.
Very loosely.
In modern RPGs, people don't do mechanics anymore. You just brute force it. With the good old damage. I wouldn't bother hitting these at this point. I would just fucking run on out of here.
No, I need the experience, Ryan. I'm gonna have to grind at the next boss, because assuredly there'll be another stat check.
Yeah. I just mean because you do so much damage, I would just honestly go for the next enemies. Clouds died in 2 hits, but I was like, if anything dies in 3 hits, I just don't think it's worth it.
Everything must die. Also, I killed the boss, which I guess opens up that side door.
Yep. Because we read the NPCs. I remember being a kid, and there's no door, and I thought there was something else I was supposed to do. I didn't retain any dialogue information. So I was just at the door and sad when I finally brute forced it by being like level 15. Yeah, this game's exactly as I remember it at this point. Mechanically, I should say. Being lost in the dungeon forever. Double back, triple back. Just can't remember where I'm ever going. NPCs usually have helpful things to say, but I don't read any of it. It's a classic. Yeah, I don't think I was prepared for the amount of things the NPCs actually say that are helpful.
The fact that there's no walk animation when you're in the ground this much, just...
Yeah.
Look how bad that looks.
Yeah.
There's no head bob or anything.
No, there's no head bob.
Think I go back to town again, or?
Yeah, you go back to town, probably pick up a potion. It's a quick trip. Let the people know that you killed the demon and we don't care.
Yeah.
All they cared about was that you saved the people, not that the thing's dead. Despite the door not being locked, it could have left at any time.
Yeah. The door was locked. There was a prison key.
I mean, I guess, but it's in the sky and it has wings.
No, I mean, like, there was a prison key that we had to find, remember?
Yeah, but then we used the prison key just to open the prison, that was it?
Yeah, and then they teleported out with the cape thing that we gave them.
Yeah, and they gave us the Phillips key, but the Phillips key only opens the floor, it doesn't open his room.
Yeah.
So we just walked in, the door was open.
Well, it opened the door to the second floor.
Yeah, it opened to the second floor, but he has wings. He's not going to escape by just walking out the door. You just fly out. Unless it's non-functional wings. This regenerates a lot faster than I remember, by the way. I remember this taking like 5 fucking minutes straight up to heal to like full. But maybe in these areas where
there's no enemies,
the game ticks so fast it just doesn't matter. Or maybe I didn't have the full concept of how much even one enemy of lag can introduce a delay.
Well, one has to wonder if it's like frame specific.
Maybe. Yeah, because I think the timer should be like every 2 or 3 frames that it's supposed to tick the helium.
Volo.
Vola.
Good job.
Great. Thanks.
Save your money.
Save money.
You gonna sell anything here?
I wonder who the thief was. Thank you so
Thor.
much. You really saved us.
It's clearly Thor.
Yeah. Evil child.
Shiny ball that I could not imagine spending the time affording. I'm not buying the elixir. Fuck off.
No. It will really help if you have the shiny ball from the weapon shop. It'll speed up that recovery HP and MP. Thank you, peaceful again. He has nothing to say.
Went to the castle too. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nasir.
Does life feel good? Everyone's thanking you.
I did not find Felicia.
He got eaten by the left head of the Chimera.
It's a manticore, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, it didn't have like a manticore features, really. Just a two-headed lion thing.
No, that's not. Yeah.
Well, we got a potion. They had nothing else to say.
Potion's a lot, I thought, too. I don't remember the potion being that good.
There's at least one jumping puzzle coming up, yeah? Door's just open?
No.
Felicia, are you in here?
Spooky.
Teleporting. Got it. The Dwarf Desert. Not a Dwarf Fortress, at least.
No, just desert.
Ow. Yeah, I kind of figured. So lightning makes you invulnerable. And you also just spit out projectiles at all times.
Yeah, I don't think he likes you being on the same cardinal directions. Otherwise, he'll just shoot a projectile from you. This game's very odd AI.
Alright.
The desert.
Hello, wolves.
In the desert. Desert dog.
Very near one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is problematic.
Yep. Covering all angles. Nobody can stop them.
Oh, fuck off.
That was the right answer. Deal with the Sun Wolf. Anyway, I appreciate the strongest monsters in the game are the ones that have conquered the intercardinals. It's over, Nasir. I have control over the cardinal and intercardinal directions.
It's over. You
There's
can only
nowhere
move
else
in
you can
4
attack
directions, and I can attack in 8.
You've played chess.
I also appreciate this enemy is just a very angry rock, as far as I can tell.
Mad rock.
Already tired of fighting the dogs.
Yeah, the dogs are the worst.
They're just so fast.
They're so fast. That's the other funny thing about the stats. The stats are essentially, they don't mean anything. They're there, but there's no decipherable numbers. Like, I guess your HP and like the MP number are like relevant.
Yeah.
There's nothing else incredibly relevant. The number goes up and you don't know what it means.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be interested to see what the actual like damage calculation looks like.
Yeah, you can look up the stat sheets for pretty much everything.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a game mechanics guide or something, but
You're at the 50% HP mark.
he moves too fast. So he like outpaces the pushback of getting hit.
Yeah. For the RPG players, I want to know the top end. The intention is usually you fill your bar, if not a little bit less. Having more HP is generally what you want.
Well, we're just gonna go in, because I don't feel like looping all the way back around for when they inevitably send me back out here.
Mm-hmm. What do you think this is? Do you think this is the dungeon or the town?
This is definitely the town.
That would be correct. Denagol.
Oh no, it's destroyed. There's a volcano. The next area is a volcano area. And a lava floor.
Is it?
Hey kid, if you came all the way to this village, you should go to the armor shop. You'll find something unique to this village.
Hey, is there armor shop?
Can I help you? What do you want? Sonic armor? Great shield.
What'll be?
I wish I could look at the stats.
That'd be great. Too bad.
Sonic armor seems like the unique thing. Yeah, I'll take 30 bonus defense. That seems worthwhile.
The white cape.
The crystal, presumably mithril, is what I assume they were going for.
Probably, yeah. Look at that blue tinge. Dwarf cave in the east is a horrible cave. Women and children should never go near it.
I'm sorry, what?
I'll go to the dwarf cave.
Why women and children? What's the implication? Yeah, but aren't these dwarves?
Sure. I'm tired. We have to slow down once in a while or we'll kill ourselves. Great.
When I was walking in the desert the other day, I found a gorgeous lady, but she looked a little scary.
Spooky even. Plot relevant, save the game.
Oh, look who it is, the thief.
The spooky lady.
Is Thor a girl?
No.
So you are Nasir, the champion of the light, and one of the village elders. I have something to tell you. It is about the Moonblade. You will need the sword in the near future. The Moonblade is made of a legendary stone called Moonstone. Here's an ancient book about the Moonblade. Please take it. Okay. Thanks, I guess.
Take that, Avatar.
It is said that the Moonstone seems to be in the dwarf cave. And the entrance is blocked by rocks. If you can get in, use this book.
If you can get in.
Wait, then he gave me a staff?
Yeah.
First of all, get the Moonstone. Good luck! Okay. Is this just superior in every way?
Yes.
It must cost more then, yeah?
Our boy Thor, what's up? Ah, Nasir, I'm in trouble because I lost my pendant somewhere. Can you look for it, please? Really? I had it when I was in Volo. So I may have lost it around there. I'll give you something in return later. I'm counting on you.
Guess we have to go back to Volo then? Ha ha ha! Princess Felicia is said to have possessed strange powers since she was born. It is true! Ha ha ha!
Nice.
I see.
Thanks, restaurant man. Keep the women and children away from the dwarf cave. Or the enemy doors will presumably get them. Implying that these are not doors or other doors.
Go away! Go away! Oh, I'm so busy.
Everyone's so busy in this town, they gotta slow down. Except this guy.
So I guess we go back to Volo?
Yep.
Oh, it's like has like a delay before the cone happens.
Yeah.
Still doesn't hurt you though.
Unfortunately not.
This is not the fastest way back.
Nah, you gotta hug the bottom. Where do you think you're
appreciate-
gonna find the pendant?
Where do I think I'm going to find the pendant? Probably in the least convenient place possible. In prison, maybe?
Do you want me to give you any hint? For the
I mean, I could run around town. That's probably what I'm going to end up doing first, so...
Yeah, say, run around town, see if any NPCs say anything.
Fucking die?
Try not to die to this thing spitting fire at you.
Yeah, you definitely regen much faster in non threatening
bad
areas.
zones. Yeah.
Which means this is an easy place to grind, because I can just transition in and out. Nuke things with a bunch of spells, and then dip back outside.
Yeah, the spell system is probably the more interesting part of this game mechanically.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that there's like combinations, I would have to assume that if I get a different crystal, there'll be procedurally more spells combinations as we go. That'd have to be my guess. I still don't have a ring to fill the ring slot, so that's worth questioning whether or not that's gonna become a thing.
Good job. I see if they're restocked. More armor shot. Princess is gone. Move
Indeed.
on with your lives.
There you go, that explains it.
The Lakeland royal family is said to have had the power to make Lagoon Castle float in the air. This was done to protect the castle from disasters on the ground.
We don't know where Lagoon Castle is.
No.
This continues to be a weird thing.
Yeah.
Mayor?
Here.
No.
No.
Restaurant person, maybe? I'm gonna save up for that shield.
Found a pendant at the village border. Is this yours?
Hey! Somebody.
Yep.
Well, let's go.
I'm gonna be honest, I legitimately forgot that an NPC had it. I assumed it was in the trees again. So I'm pretty sure it's the same thought I had when I was a child. I went back to the tree that had the tablet. And it wasn't there.
It would make logical sense. Getting bodied?
Yeah, this thing's... We'll get you one day. As people can probably see, a lot of the damage reduction defense does help.
Well, you just don't take damage at all. Like, I got hit like 50 times just now.
Yeah, there's a lot of frames of damage.
Did not hurt. The problem with the cape being the way that it is, like palette-wise, is that it looks like it's metal.
Yeah. Looks kind of too shiny. There's the streaks on it.
Randomly die in this fucking desert.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of backtracking in this game. I should say there has been a fair bit so far. I remember being annoyed at this pendant shit, because I think I didn't save from town all the way to Volo, and I died on the way. Similar like experience when we played Metroid Prime, and in the phase on mines you have to do like 20 rooms and then a boss fight, or like 10 rooms a boss fight and then another 10 rooms and then an actual boss fight, and like 9% of the time players just die there because there's just no healing along the way. And I was like, I remember dying there as a kid, and then in the same fashion I was like, I wonder if Josh is gonna press on through doing these, or if he's gonna also become doomed when he hits this point. It's just funny seeing like all the players fall into like the same habits.
This is a game sort of teaches you to do it this way.
Yeah, to just continue and survive on.
This is not the way to town, unfortunately. Come on.
I do kind of enjoy the mechanic of like, I need to find some place just to chill for a sec.
I mean, enjoy is probably not the way that I would describe it.
But it's just like, because the mechanic is in here that you regenerate like that, it's just a more interesting dynamic that like the decision you have to make is trying to find a way out of line of sight.
Yeah.
Rather than something more stern like, oh, you set up camp or something, or like you have to go to town to heal, or just having building consumables.
I would dramatically prefer the consumables to standing still to regenerate my health, if I'm being totally honest.
I know, I get you, and there's like a preparation aspect to the game rather than just pure downtime.
Like, I think that's the decision to be like, hey, you know what's a good idea? Let's make the player stand still to regenerate their health might be like the most naive thought you could have
very like
about what's like a good way to make the player regenerate health.
Yeah, because it's the thought mechanically of, oh, they should need to clear the area around them. Now like they're good, they can just chill for a bit.
Well, that's not what's going to happen.
No, it's not what people even wanted to really do. It's just sit there.
Ugh.
I think the pendant is somewhere near the village of Vola. Please find it. Just never give them the pendant. I'm relieved. You really helped me out. Thank you. I made the promise on my honor. I give you this powerful mirror. Powerful mirror.
It's powerful. In what way? Don't worry about it.
This mirror has the power to smash big rocks to pieces. It'll help you.
Why?
I must go now. I have a feeling that I'll see you again. So long.
But why does it have the power to do that?
Because it's a mirror.
Right? Like, is there an explanation, or it just does?
Well, it's not a normal mirror. It's a powerful mirror. I don't know what you mean by this. What part do you understand? The mirror part or the powerful part?
Okay, well, we resolved the issue of how to get through the rocks. We need to go grind enough money to buy that shield.
Yep.
And then I guess we go to the cave.
And post, guys, make sure when you comment that you ask Josh as well if it's the mirror part or the powerful part. Since all of you know, you can let him know. I would, but that'd be spoilers. I would love a game design like that, where they just give items ridiculous names and there's no flavor text. And there's just some random NPC or like library or archive player in the game. They explain what all the items do.
Wasn't
like
that
a ridiculous fetch quest?
Wasn't that the like Helldivers thing? Why is it called Super Earth? At one point, the Earth just became super.
Yeah, it's just super. Helldivers does a really good job on that. There's a bunch of just weird flavor text that is a bunch of world building for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
I think my favorite one was in the whatever the pass is called for the medals, for the requisitions.
Yeah.
It's like 3 or 4 pages down. You get to like, it's like the scout armor that's green and has like a green cape and like the goggle helmet. It's the light armor, and the cape has like a description that's like, the yellow on it is the same color as the golden arches to the Chamber of Unanimous Decisions or something in the Capitol building. Something along those lines. But I do remember the Chamber of Unanimous Decisions.
It's a good name.
There's a building you go to where a decision gets made and no one has any say in it. Or I should say everyone agrees.
Well, if they don't agree, they wouldn't be in there.
Yeah, it wouldn't be unanimous.
It's like we were playing tactics last night, and you're like, oh, it's 30% chance. It's like, yeah, but he wouldn't try it if it wasn't going to hit.
Yep.
AI just knows. It says 30% chance, but really it's because they know it's going to work.
Yeah, it's like the ghosts that teleport, where they're like, oh, they just jumped 10 tiles, and it's because it said 100% on their end.
This hitbox is nightmarish, man.
Yep. Perspective for you guys, usually in games where they do hitboxes like this and you can get by things, the actual, I guess in 2D would be a circle. The actual circle is usually like incredibly tiny to make it as generous as possible. Notably in like shoot 'em up games and shmups, the ship hitbox, like 90% of your ship projectile just pass through. It's only like if the absolute pinpoint center of it gets hit, then it actually deals any damage.
Well, it's usually only like 1 pixel wide.
Yeah.
Even
Mario speedruns, Mario's hitbox is like abysmally tiny.
Yeah. I mean, even you look at, you and I play 14 a lot, right? Your actual hitbox in 14 is a 1 pixel.
Yeah, it's not the circle that is the size of your character. It's just the point that is the most center.
Yeah, because all the characters are different sizes, so all of them have one uniform actual hitbox. Like it only keeps track of one X and Y coordinate that you actually exist in. Everything else is just on display. But in this case, your actual like sprite, the entire thing is a hitbox, or hurtbox rather. But no, when I mean nightmarish hitbox, I mean the sword swing, to be honest with you.
Yeah, the sword swing, which is like right side centric.
These blocks, like these rock enemies, make it very obvious. For one, they hit you laterally for no reason.
Yep.
You don't get knocked straight back, you hit to the side. Why? Don't worry about it.
It goes to the side.
But like, you see me hitting them, and it's like I have to run up and maybe touch them with my body.
Yeah, their hitbox is like up. It's not like down by their base.
Yeah.
Or you'd expect it to be in like an ISO game.
Well, yeah, it's like
they
when you
readjusted it to make it look center because it looked nice, but didn't make sense in us perceiving this to be like a 3D world. Yeah. In the same way that like Link to the Past would have done with these kinds of hurtboxes and hitboxes.
Well, it's like my ability to hit something is only as far as his head. It's not actually as far as the sword is, see?
Yep. And yeah, like your sword swing is clearly a radius from where your feet are planted.
Yeah.
But your hurtbox is like shifted.
Which means that for me to hit something, I need to be like, they need to be in my shadow.
Yep. The best thing about the magic too is your sword swing doesn't take your shield away, so they'll just sit there and bounce on your shield so you shoot them.
Yeah. I need 1,200 gold.
How much gold do you have? How much gold do you get?
Sorry?
How much gold do you even get for killing these?
Not very much. Not that I get much experience either, but I think I leveled up.
I get that, yeah. I think your MP is higher.
Alright, we're just gonna do it this way.
from the Wolfies. I go. One of my favorite like RPG isms as well. Going to a town, having like the screen, relatively small text with just a name, just imposing every time.
It's fucking
like
dogs, man.
Feel. Yeah, dogs running circles around you. It's like the Dark Souls feel of entering a zone.
It's like, hey, let's give you an attack that presumably you would think is logically to help you deal with the dogs, right? The spread shot. Yeah. But then let's design the spread shot in such a way that it's explicitly bad at killing the wolves.
Yeah. That's not a shotgun attack. It is an attempt to hit something far away easier.
Yeah.
So I'm just making the cone tighter because they can only deal in 45-degree increments. Otherwise, the game breaks down. Your Super Nintendo blows up.
Yes, I'm doing what you think I'm doing.
Yeah. That's what I would do. I'm like, if you were intending to farm, the zoning in and out, I think is just the easiest, because then you don't have to deal with the erraticness of like the rock guys. You get to farm the most predictable thing, so they're the fastest to kill. And your magic literally one-shots them, so you two-shots them. You can't do that. You can't off-screen them. That's cheating.
20 gold at a time.
They'll get mad at you on the forums.
I really despise having to do this.
No, you hate this.
I don't even mind grinding. Like, that's not really the issue.
But the
it's just like
now, instead of just having consumables that would help you deal with this at a reasonable price.
Yeah. Also, I'm having... It's not even that either. It's... So there's like this philosophy in RPGs, especially in early RPGs, and the way this is designed, where they're like, we need the enemies to give a very small amount of experience, because you're going to kill lots of them.
Yeah.
But because they have designed this in such a way that you can just transition in and out of the town, there's no punishment to doing this, right? We can just get all the experience we need for free.
Especially with like the soft regen. So punishment would be like, there's going to be less gold efficient because you're going to need a consumable to keep going to make this fast. So there's like going to be some expense to it. Rather than just you run in town, you full heal, and you go do it again. Yeah, well, more than that, right? So anything... you and I talk about this a lot, right? There's plenty of people who play JRPGs or RPGs in general who are like, well, I just want to grind to max level right at the start of the game every single time, right? Yep. And the fact that games allow you... Certain games do allow you to do that, and most of them don't really necessarily stop you, but they don't necessarily encourage that kind of behavior. Yeah. Right, because it doesn't, it kind of undermines any challenge the game may be trying to provide. Now, that's obviously up to the player if they really care, but I'm always of the belief that, like, I'm going to be honest, if it were just me and I were playing a game like this, and it's like, oh, well, you just run around and do this, in my mind, like, going in with Cheat Engine and just giving myself the money would be the same thing as what I'm doing right now. Mm-hmm. Because I am not... There's nothing happening here. I'm just questioning how much time I want to spend achieving this, right? It doesn't actually, like, require me to think of something. Right? If I were playing, say, Final Fantasy 1, right, and we go to the Power-Up Peninsula, right, you have to travel there. You have to plan and kind of set up how you're going to go about it. You need to make sure you have very specific spells. And you need to have, like, put a thought process into how you're gonna get this grind done. Yep. There's no thought happening here. The only thing, even if I couldn't walk in and out of town, the only downside would be the amount of time it would take me.
Because the only thing the game can challenge me with here is how much time I want to waste.
Yep.
And it's sort of like a fundamental poor thought process when you're designing your game. If the only thing you can challenge the player with is telling them, hey, this is going to suck up more of your time.
Yeah, it's always kind of the classic thing, even thinking way back to like Ocarina of Time, where it's like, how do we make the Skeleton Knights hard, the whatever they're called? And it's like, well, they put up their shield for like 10 seconds. You have to not swing at them.
Yeah.
Like, is it really that skillful, or am I just waiting around?
Forgot to wait. Thank you, Jen.
And even in modern games, we see that. Like, modern anti-farming things would be like your MMOs, like your World of Warcraft, where enemies that are considered trivial because they're a number of levels below you just don't give you anything.
Yeah.
Like, sure, they might drop items, but they're not going to give you any reasonable amount of strength.
Yeah, well, you either just stop getting experience entirely, right, which is an answer. You place people... so if you play the modern Tactics Ogre games, the most recent one that came out, and people fucking despise this, by the way. You can see one of the first things that ever came out was a mod to remove this, is that at each story segment, there's a level cap. Where it's just like, hey, at this part of the story, this is the max level you can reach. When you get to the next story sequence, you can get to this next max level. And people hate it. Because they're just like, well, no, I just want to be max level. And I still can never wrap my head around it, because I'm just like, well, just play on easy. Like, if you want the game to be easy, just play the easy version. Like, stop pretending that that's not what you want.
Yeah.
Like... If you're going to cheat, just cheat. There's no reason to just pretend that it's something else. Because you're like, oh, well, I sat down and did random battles for multiple hours so that I could be overpowered. And it's like, well, you could just be overpowered by playing on easy. And it would cost you considerably less time. And the result would be exactly the same. Yeah, it's not like there's some sort of, like honor. Yeah, there's no fucking achievement. No sense of honor, because you're like, oh, I ran around in circles for hours.
Yeah, you would say that. And the other context for playing like MMOs, like, the blank player has that cool mount because they spent 200 hours grinding a zone or whatever.
Yeah, but that's because that's what that is, right? Yeah. It's different in the sense of when I go into Final Fantasy X and I need to dodge 200 lightning bolts in a row to get Lulu's ultimate weapon. Is that a kind of miserable grind to do? Yeah, it is. But that's because that task achieves that thing, right? That very specific goal. If the argument is, well, I ran around in circles so I was level cap in the first area, that's not doing something to achieve this specific thing. That's just, I wanted the game to be easier.
Yeah,
I didn't do this to earn some sort of specific reward. The only thing I did was make the game not difficult.
Yeah.
Which isn't an accomplishment, again, because you could just play it on easy.
Yeah, I get you. I'm obviously playing like devil's advocate here. I guess the argument against that too would be like how the player defines what the task is. And in an RPG, like the player's default task is, people would say, getting as strong as possible. But I guess on whatever story element is happening, it's usually not the case.
But that's like, never the objective, though.
Current case is going to a dwarf cave, because I guess we're looking for the princess.
Yeah, but like...
I mean, getting stronger is, of course, something that's going to help us in the obstacles that are probably in the way.
Yeah, but when was the last time you fired up an RPG and the game was telling you, hey, your objective is to get as strong as possible?
It's to be level 100, yeah.
That's not the objective.
No.
Like, the objective is beat the boss, and, like, sure, being stronger is going to make that easier. That much is true. And I'm not saying that there's anything against doing that. But what I'm saying is that, like, you aren't accomplishing something by running around in circles and trivializing the video game. The only thing you're doing is trivializing the video game. You're not, like, like, again, there are many easier ways to do that that require less of your time.
Yeah, I get that.
Versus...
People do consider, like, working towards that, like, the honor. They consider the time invested.
I don't know, it's just confusing to me, because I'm like, okay, you hit level cap, but, like, I could hit level cap by playing the game normally, and then just grinding at the end, where it's going to take me a lot less time.
Yeah, a lot less time, yeah.
And I would still be level 100, and I would still have overcome all the same objectives and goals, just they were vaguely challenging when I got there, rather than I one-shot everything, and I guess it made me feel really good in the moment. Like, I get it. I understand that there's... the overall, like, throughput on it is like, oh, I love feeling powerful. But I'm just confused why there's the necessity for so many people to think, well, for me to get there, I need to sit down and spend hours and hours running in circles to then feel like I'm powerful at the end.
Yeah. I do find that absurd, though, that Tiny Ogre people would mod to remove the level cap.
Yeah, it's the first thing that happened. Because they're just like, well, no, I want to be able to level as much as I want.
Yeah, literally the game being like, hey, we only want you to be this strong to go in the fight.
We're like, we think this is...
like, it's a ceiling, not a recommendation.
Well, even more than that, it's like, it's not like the game is telling you can't go grind more after that.
Yeah.
Right? The level cap's just like, hey, once you're done this objective, then you get the higher level cap and you can go level more. And it's like, you can level as much as you want up to that point. But no, they're like, no, I want to be able to grind to max level so that I can make everything feel really weak because it, I don't know, makes me feel good.
Yeah,
and I guess, I don't know. It's a conversation we always have about, like, power fantasy media.
Yeah.
Where you're just like, it's so shallow.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like, it's not interesting in any way, in my opinion. And I get it. Some people obviously disagree. They're like, hey, it's way cooler if I can just run it and one-shot everything. Right? But I just always come back to, well, then why not just cheat?
Yeah.
Like, just fire up the Game Shark. And then you can have the same experience and not put in all that time for nothing.
Mm-hmm. No, I know what you mean. Yeah, when I look at that stuff, much like our DPS race with the two Lionheads boss, it's like, what's more optimal? Grinding a bunch of levels or getting good enough to somehow defeat it? And it's like, well, it could take hours to do either. So it's like, we have to pick what's more time efficient. And yeah, the unfortunate part with a lot of those RPGs is people still believe the more time efficient thing would be leveling to max and making it as trivial as possible. Thanks.
Thank you, game. Had to know. Yeah, and I mean, in the case of this, is like, that's why I'm saying, like, the solution being to level grind is the answer. Like, everyone kind of collectively agrees when it comes to game critique that the answer should never be just grind.
Yeah.
But then so many people opt into that as the answer. And I just will never quite understand it, because I'm like, philosophically...
It was the same issue I had with games for the longest time. It's why, like, sometimes I'll do, like, a Path of Exile League. I'm just like, a lot of these bosses just, they try to put in mechanics, and then there's just a bunch of stat checks anyways. I'm like, pick one. Do you want to be a stat check, or do you want to be dodge the things? And I'm like, if the stat check still isn't completable when all the numbers as high as they could be, and you need some additional cheese that's all luck based, I'm like, there's no point. Like, just pick one.
Yeah.
Even playing Last Epoch, I was like, it's like, yeah, the last boss is pretty overtuned. If you have any amount of healing, it can't out DPS you because the healing's too much. Otherwise, we have like immunities; those don't work because it has shred, and the longer you maintain yourself not fighting it, the more it builds this ailment on you. So I'm like, well, the answer just has to be healing then. Like, I would prefer it if I could just dodge it. But if it wants to be a stat check, that's fine. But why is it a stat check now, not before?
Well, because then you end up, anytime you end up with that sort of scenario, it's like, all right, well, Now it's a stat check of either A, healing, or I need to just kill it before I die.
Yeah.
Which means now it's just a DPS question.
Yeah.
And it's like the DPS question can always be answered one of two ways. Do I out-heal them to prolong the timer to make it so that my current DPS outweighs the, like, beats that timer? Or do I do more DPS so I fit into a shorter time?
Yeah.
Like, in either case, you're just saying you're starting a stopwatch, and your control over it is whether or not you get through it in time.
Yeah. And I mean, the facets at that point, too, are like, did I not get one shot? Do I have enough sustain? And do I have damage to actually finish this before I either A, run out of sustain, or B, run out of damage? In case those are all dependent factors, or time-limited factors.
I hit the jump button. Apparently not early enough.
Mind you, last Epoch does it like pretty well. That the expectation of the last boss was like a fully rounded character, as I believe an ARPG should be. As much as you need to focus something, your defenses need to be rounded out. Or at least you need to fix those concepts of mitigating, staying alive, and killing the thing.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's... That aspect of things is always complex. I'm just dead?
Yeah. Welcome to the one of the most aggravating parts in the game.
Cool. What was I going to say? Yeah, like, as far as balance is concerned, like, you're always balancing those factors. And, like, ultimately, the primary thing with action games is it should be more about your ability to manipulate the controller.
Yeah.
Than it should be about your ability to build the character. That's the nature of an action game versus, like, what we would traditionally consider an RPG, which is not really a good term for that, but basically, like, either the game is strategy driven, in which case it's about your planning and understanding of the systems, or the game is like action driven versus your actual ability to manipulate the controller and react. Anything in between those two.
Yeah,
go
so
ahead.
The hybrid of that is you need to be told at that point what the expectation is for the fight.
Yeah.
Like if it's a hybrid, it has to be really good with foreshadowing or telegraphing. Like you're going to need something. Like these are going to be the conditions for the fight.
Mm-hmm.
Like figure it out. Otherwise we run into like the Dark Souls 2 problem, which is just you go in and you die 10 times. You don't know what to expect.
Yeah.
Or these older shitty RPGs. You just walk in and die and you're like, great.
Gotcha. I assume you're not going to take damage from the fireball. You just shoot in all directions. This is going to be slow going then.
Yeah, try not to look into the abyss of the lava too much.
Yeah, it's a thing.
I don't really have a particular recommendation for running through this zone. It's either you need to commit to running or you need to inch until you see the projectiles and get out of the way. Then you have to make sure you're committed to running the straight line you're on, even if it means jumping in the lava.
So here's an example of the problem with being able to save everywhere.
Yep.
Which is that you just do.
Yep.
In modern game, there would just be save, like, recovery.
Checkpoint, yeah.
There'd be many, many retry points strewn about this area. To the point where it would probably be... I don't know. I'm always confused by platforming or challenges like this, where it's like, oh, well, you can just retry infinitely. Eventually you'll get it. And I'm like, well, then why make me do it at all? Like, if it's just a matter of beat your head against the wall until you succeed, why have it at all?
I getcha. Usually just because there's like something they wanted you to do, but they just can't make it punishing.
I mean, it always comes back to like,
if they punish you too much, then like, is it a temporary punishment? Because obviously the temporary punishment would be like, try enough of the section again.
yeah.
Or the temporary punishment would be like, you lose XP. I frankly just hate that you lose XP because that just means I'm wasting my time.
Yeah, but I would argue
wasting more of my time.
I would argue that making me retry the section that I've already completed is also with just wasting my time.
Yeah. Which is probably why I prefer this kind of save anytime. Much like the Baldur's Gate way of like use quick save.
Yeah.
Or if I'm like, yeah, if I fucked up, I can just do it again, and there's no real restart. It's just I can pretty much go to the part I fucked up, like at the snap of a finger, and I can just do it again.
Yeah.
But yeah, in the case, it's like, well, then why bother with it at all? And I'm like, I don't know. It's the way the design has to be. Because I don't like the digging yourself into the whole punishment. Like you lose gold when you die, and it's just like, well, then the number can just go to 0 if I'm punished too much for it. Magic sword.
Magic sword.
I guess in that kind of game design, it is really hard to try and balance a punishment if you put it in the game. But I mean, I guess that's why pretty much every modern game at this point is just like very instant or quick saves.
Well, it's either that or they're roguelikes, because that's the only other conclusion we can come to how to design the game.
Where you're like, you're going into the game prepared for that being the case, which is why we have like your Dark Souls or like your Armored Core still holding on to that philosophy.
So I disagree. I actually think Dark Souls is an incredibly elegant answer, and one that more games should try to learn from.
In Armored Core's case, the kind of puzzle-esque way of dealing with the fights, of like bring the right thing.
Yeah.
1 and 2 first implies you bringing enough well-rounded of a kit to try and accomplish what you need, and then the backup being it'll be much easier because now you know what to expect.
Yeah.
Kind of similar to us playing Tactics, where it's like, oh yeah, I fucked up, but now I can bring the thing that I directly need. Assuming you prepare that, obviously. Otherwise, the punishment would be go get the thing you need if you want to make that easier. Otherwise, just keep trying it.
Yeah, and I mean, that's standard for RPGs in general, or anything that features like a boss fights as a concept, or any sort of unique encounters. Right, you think talked about Baldur's Gate, because that's also a good example of that.
Why I like Bloodborne so much. Yeah, I do agree that Dark Souls is like a good way that they figured out how to keep the punishment in itself either more or less punishing depending on your performance. All performance driven, which still includes that list of aspects. Like it still hits like now you know what to expect. You can bring the thing you need. You can prepare better. If you want to go grind, you can go grind now. Of course, all these still are risks that you're going to lose what you had gained up to that point. Mind you, you're going to regain everything up to that point. Then the payout is like big, that every run through is going to be a combination of gaining strength. I'm like, did it really matter in that regard that you need to like reacquire a bunch of runs worth of XP? Like, not really. But it does feel a lot better that if you do it, then you have a payout.
Well, yeah, because every single attempt that you have accumulates greater reward.
Yeah.
Right? And you get punished on your second death in a row without getting to where you had before, right? It's meant to be sort of a reiterative problem. Furthermore, it ends up rewarding players who struggle more than players who don't.
Exactly.
So
and then of course, if you're really, really struggling, the further punishment is that now you have nothing to lose, so you can just do it.
Yeah.
Catch
Oh.
me sometime.
Oh, I see.
You went back to the start, didn't you?
No.
No?
I stepped on a teleporter, which kicked me back out here.
Oh.
And then when I re-entered the cave, it sent me back to the entrance rather than the teleporter I just stepped on.
Let's see.
So now I get to do all this platforming again.
Dude. Let's say you seem to have an easy enough time with the platform. I mean, the saves certainly help. But it doesn't look like you really struggled with this, simply because you kind of know where you need to place your feet to get the most distance.
Yeah.
It seems like your depth perception is pretty good. The undershadow really helps this kind of platforming too. This looks a lot worse than it actually feels, simply because of your spot shadow being a better visual cue for your height.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Ryan. You talk about your spot shadow underneath you being helpful for platforming.
Yeah.
I disagree. I think it's utterly worthless.
That's one thing I'll fight you on. I think the spot shadow telling me where my feet are is very helpful.
I think it's absolutely worthless. Because by the time it tells me that I've fallen off, I've already fallen off.
I'll say in the jump it's not helpful, but as a tool of like I can just hit the jump button and I can visually see what the timing is and see the position itself, I get like a much more easily trained feeling on what the jump needs to look like.
I don't see that at all. Like, you're sitting here saying, oh, it seems like you figured it out. I figured it out, but not like that.
Fair enough.
Please? Thank you.
I say we're both rhythm game dabblers. Feeling shouldn't be that much different.
What would spot shadow have to do with fucking rhythm game? I understand what you mean visually,
yeah,
but like I don't think it's I don't agree that it's helpful in that way.
Fair enough. I think you can swing at the heads.
Yeah, probably. I need to not die first.
Just watching you dodge all this shit, like, this is impressive.
Shame I can't dodge actually having to hit them.
Dude.
I'm just dead.
You're good.
I can dodge all the projectiles, but I don't regenerate health until I stop moving. Which means I can't dodge the projectiles, and I can't kill the enemies because it hurts me to fight anything.
Yeah.
Because it's physically impossible in this game to fight an enemy without taking damage.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see the bloating issue with the knockback at this point too. Or if the game doesn't know where to push you, it just pushes you somewhere.
Yep.
It's supposed to be backwards, but sometimes it's not. And the sometimes is the worst part. But on the topic of like the punishments in games, though, even trying to design the game I'm working on with the way we want to handle the punishment, we didn't want to keep the game's difficulty too high.
Yeah.
So we kind of went with like a easier shooter extractor itemized gameplay. Our final decision was you don't just lose everything on death. We kept it more team centric, that only if your team fully wiped, then you would lose everything.
Yeah.
But very simply, if anyone can get out, you retain anything. Otherwise, if you think you just can't complete the mission, you can just do the small step that we did implement for the actual portion of leaving, just to ensure that we don't follow the run-through issue.
Yeah, I mean, it's your Lethal Company style.
Yeah. Lethal Company, Tarkov, Dark and Darker. We're trying
Tarkov
to
does not work like that, but yeah.
I mean, yeah, I would say, well, Tarkov in the run through is kind of what we targeted.
Yeah, but what I mean is in Tarkov is if you die, you do lose everything.
Yeah, Tarkov, you do lose everything, but that was our
Irrespective of
two
if your
things.
team gets out.
Yeah, that was our. Yeah, at Lethal Company. Yeah, like if your team gets out, like that's the best case scenario.
Thank you, game.
But I meant in the more of trying to make something like Tarkov or Dark and Darker easier. Obviously, those are PvP centric, so it's much different. Go ahead.
Whatever.
Just go ahead. It's not worth it.
Yeah, I just don't know if this is a boss transition, right? So I'm just stuck here being like,
true. It's definitely more worth it just not taking death.
I love getting given, by the way, this upgraded fire spell, and it continues to be worthless.
Yeah.
It's always good when you give players a reward and an upgrade and be like, hey, doesn't this feel good? And then deliberately design the game around making sure that it feels bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you fire up Metroid and they give you the ice gun and then proceed to make sure that everything for the preceding level and a half, it's bad against.
Yeah.
That way you feel really good about it as much as possible.
Before I lost track what I was doing. Yeah, for the Zion, I was just trying to make it easier. Definitely more on that Lethal Company style of ensuring one human survives, or Helldivers in that regard. As long as one makes it out, you're good. Well, I guess Helldivers, no one can make it out as long as you do the objective. So that's maybe not the best example. But yeah, I was mostly tackling those Tarkov issues of no run-throughs, so keeping a minimum time, not really like a minimum time, but like a minimum thing you need to accomplish before we incentivize you to leave.
Ooh!
Wind Crystal!
A spell that might do anything of value.
See some combos.
Wind Cutter or Wind Blaster?
Blaster. Fire off some spells, what these look like. Right.
It's slightly wider. Garbage. Got it.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, worthless.
I already have pitifully... I already have attacks that suck at range. I don't need another one.
You're gonna want to jump across.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, I would say plant your feet in a spot when you make a jump, and if it doesn't look like you're gonna get hit, let's see. I remember saving in one of these cases as a kid as I got hit and I was in the middle of the lava. I think you need to come back here. I think this hurts you if you jump on it. Not that the lava actually does that much damage. Yeah. It's that absolute fucking horseshit. Just takes you away.
This is what I'm talking about, though, right? So, from a punishing standpoint, if falling in the lava just kills me, then putting me back on the platform is fine. Right, where it's like, hey, just don't get hit, learn to do the dodges in like a traditional platformer sense.
Yep.
But if they're like, okay, we're going to have the health value, and it's going to deal a certain amount of damage, it's like, okay, well now your mistakes are like resource driven, so I should have like potions, or maybe MP that I need to manage how much healing I'm spending it on. So I have a certain number of mistakes I can make before I have to make a considerable backtrack or lose a bunch of progress. In this case, because they're like, hey, we're going to have you regen, all that does, hitting me, is waste my time.
Yep.
It accomplishes literally nothing else, because now I get to just stand here.
The fastest thing is to get killed, so you don't have to wait for it to regen.
Yeah, well, the fact that that's a consideration I need to make of, like, is it better off right now for me to just, like, kill myself and reload the save? If I have to think about that, you've made a mistake in your design philosophy.
Yeah.
The ring appears to just give me defense?
I think it might protect you against the lava. I would take a dip and find out. No, it doesn't. Never mind.
I lose MP when I step on the lava, too.
I think it's mitigating damage and taking it from your MP.
Hmm.
Oh,
quite a bit of impact.
I didn't think it was all rings. I know there's a couple of rings that were just MP drains, straight up.
Yeah, so next time I end up in a boss fight and I can't cast spells, you just turn that on and then
you just put the
DPS risk.
Nice. Easy peasy solution. There's some good damage. Yeah, it's definitely interesting trying to design things like this. Say I'm more on the side that I just make the game easier. It's kind of like when people were talking about the new Final Fantasy games with the yellow paint on the wall.
I understand.
A journalist paint.
Yeah.
And you had a lot of people clamoring on both sides, being like, "Oh, you don't need to hold my hand and tell me where to go." And the other people were like, "Just give me the yellow paint. I have time. I don't have time. I'm doing stuff."
No, what you have is one side of people being like, hey, that I don't really like that's the solution, and other people responding with, hey, if you've ever worked on games, you know how much of a nightmare it is to get the player to actually look at the thing you want to look at.
Yeah.
Right, and the fundamental question is, why is it that we've come to the conclusion that yellow paint is the answer, and we haven't come up with any other way to achieve this?
Yeah,
and now every developer just does it that instead of actually like coming with another solution?
Instead of thinking of like actual level design things. I brought up before in this game where it's like, here's the brown patch of dirt, which is only in 2 locations in the Elf Forest, and they symbolize the 2 entrances. And it's like, there used to be like level design tricks showing people where you need to go. Like in this game, there's a path that you can walk on, the rest of it you can't.
Well, yeah, it's because...
you go on the path you can walk on, you don't run through the lava.
Well, it's because the modern game development has this weird hard-on for realism. And as a result, because real environments don't tell you directly when you need to climb on them, we need to find another way to do that rather than just not designing it like that.
You have level design, you found the Moonstone.
The Moonstone. Now my Clefairy can become a Clefable.
Indeed. We have one half of the process we need to get the moon sword. Your throw point right now is you have to leave the cave and show the Moonstone to the guy in town that you talked to.
Pretty sure, which is why there's a teleporter in the other room.
Yep. If you're interested, I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of lava walking you can do to get to random chests, on which I'm pretty sure they all contain gold. And by all, I mean 2, I'm pretty sure. Which at this point you had bought your things, so I wouldn't even recommend doing that. Not that I would recommend doing in the first place, I would just recommend the same thing you did and just grind for money instead of going for those chests. So the backtracking would be very trivial. If you were even more grinded at this point, I would just recommend throwing on the defense ring and taking a dip in the lava directly south of the moon cave and seeing if you can find the way out. Yeah. But honestly, at this point, I'm like, if you just 2-shot the golems with magic, it's probably just for the best. 1 to 2 tries of lava waiting is probably the same time as taking the trip through here, and at least this way you get some XP. You had a considerably easier time than I thought you'd have in this game, though. But you're a far more patient person than I am when it comes to any platforming.
So, I mean, like, my patience is such that, like, the point I'm making whenever I talk about this is I'm like, clearly there's problems.
Yeah.
But I'm not the type of person that bothers, in the sense that, like, these were decisions that were made that were clearly wrong, and I'll just live with that. You know what? Thanks for that. That's cool.
Yeah, I just like watch you do this platform, and it's all just very like, you jump across, and you stay in here, regen, you jump across, and you stay in here, the other one comes, and now you're just chilling. And I'm like, I would do like 3 or 4 diagonals, being like, I bet I can beat it. And it'd take me 3 or 4 tries to figure out I can't.
I guess I'm the type of person that doesn't get frustrated by the same thing multiple times.
Yeah.
Or I'm just like, oh, this sucks, this is bad. What's the answer? The answer is this. Well, alright.
Yeah, I will be salty and beat my head against it for like 10 hours.
No, I'm just like, I'm not going to fight it. If this is how it wants me to do it, then so I'll do it. I'm not going to sit here and say that that's a good thing.
No, I just mean
but
like that.
It just kind of is.
Do it. That's just a lot more chill than how I would do it.
That's why when we were fighting the lion boss, you're like, well, you got to figure this out. And I'm like, well, clearly there's no figuring this out. Like, the answer, there isn't one. So, what am I supposed to do? And you're like, I don't know, go level grind. And I'm like, is that what I need to do? And it's like, yes, alright, well, if that's now the solution, if the answer is, when you get to a boss, if you're not at the correct stat check to just DPS raise them, don't, then that's the answer I'm going to do from now on.
Yeah.
Is that the right answer?
Yeah,
no.
And I'm like, if you fight the boss and you think you can complete the mechanic, and you think the amount of tries it's going to take you to, like, do it perfectly is worth the time over getting a couple levels, then be my guest. Which is for the sake of stream, really, more than anything.
No, for me, it's the sake of, like, you go into that kind of boss fight, and you're like, alright, well, what are my tools? Well, I have spells. Well, I can't cast the spells, alright, so that's all off the table. I have an attack. Well, I have to be able to figure out where the attack opening is. The opening is when he's retreating after his charge. Okay. Is there a way to hit him? No, because the way they designed his cone, it's impossible to get to him from the side. Right? And it's like, alright, well, then what's the solution here? And the only solution that can be concluded based on that is that it's a stat check. And if that's the case, then, like, okay.
Yep.
It's a stat check. Like,
it's stat check time. The platform somewhere to the right, yeah?
Yeah, it is. I'm just
saving up for the jumpies, yeah.
I'm just healing. I know where to go. Like, that's not the issue. The issue is just that, like, this is the game. This is what Lagoon is, clearly.
And as you can tell, this area is very laggy because of the background. Because there's a whole screen of animated background sprites. And yeah, this is Lagoon. Lagoon don't give a fuck. This wind cutter feels good, though.
Well, just because all the other enemies have been immune
to
the fire spells, because they were like, hey, you know what's a good idea? Let's just make your primary, like, way of dealing with enemies easily ineffective.
Yep.
I'm just recovering MP.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I loved going to that. I guess we're so deep in the conversation. I loved going to that Moonstone cave as a kid.
Yeah, I mean, that's, like, the design... So, to reiterate, the game looks good. Like, there's a lot of nice visual, there's a lot of, like, good sprite work, the art's fun, like, each of the characters' faces and stuff are, like, kind of interesting. some cool designs. The fact that like your character's sprite changes and they have all the different shields you can equip and the different armor.
It's literally like if the sword wasn't the way it was, this would drastically change how I would rate this game.
Yeah, no, this game, like, legitimately, like I said, if the swing was twice out for twice as long, took twice as long, like it was like a commitment to swing, and like if I press the button and I have like, right now it's maybe 2-3 frames. If it was like 6, right, 1/10 of a second that it's out there and it's twice as long, then this game goes from like kind of miserable slog to, you know, cult classic, probably. Like, no exaggeration, there would be people who are like, no, this is one of my favorite games growing up, versus, hey, I got this game and it's the shitty version of Ys.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Hey, that's Matthias, isn't it?
Yeah. Go talk to the Elder first.
The Moonstone you possess will become the Moonblade.
How? Imagine, is there an item, or sorry, a weapon shop around here?
Yeah, there's a weapon shop.
Near the restaurant. Weapon shop, anyone? Please?
I don't remember what it is at this point.
That's the armor shop, I know that.
What do any of these other lads have to say?
I must take good care of my parents.
Okay.
Okay.
Noble of you, sir. You do that.
Filial piety, I get it. I think you're lying to me. I don't think that there's a weapon shop.
Wasn't there? Right, I don't see any.
I mean it. Don't disturb me. I'm very busy.
Still busy, eh?
In the dwarf cave, there is a path leading to the Hobbit Valley. But the entrance was blocked. I wish we had the freezing pot.
Damn.
Nasir! I wish we could celebrate our reunion, but I don't have time. I found out where the missing Princess Felicia is now. Okay. Why? She was kidnapped by a woman called Ella. These names, man.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it all caps, but at the top his name Matthias is not all caps? And is kept in Dwarf Cave. Ella is working for Zara. Okay, who's that? Zara's trying to revive the evil spirit using the power of darkness. The evil spirit? What evil spirit?
Oh, I read about this in the manual.
Yes, no, I understand that, Ryan. I just mean, like...
You know, when you're born at age 14, then they hand you the instruction booklet.
Yeah, and the instruction booklet mentioned the, like, 2 gods, I think.
Yeah.
But that's not
You didn't
spirit.
get that?
Those are different words. They mean different things.
You didn't get one of those in, like, grade 10 or whatever?
Sure.
Your English teacher doesn't run in, and they're like, here you go.
Zara is trying to revive the evil spirit using the power of darkness, period. And... and he intends to use Felicia in the plan. Okay. Why? In what way? Why did the one statement end and then follow with another statement starts with and? Do not let him touch Felicia. Go back to the dwarf cave and save the princess.
Yeah,
but he already kidnapped.
Kidnapped her, yeah.
Did they do so? It's like a hands-off, non-contact kidnappings. Is that the politically correct way to kidnap people these days?
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is a back then, apparently, or at least in the fantasy land they have it worked out.
I guess. You just repeat yourself. Got it.
Like Matthias's Dragon Ball Z fucking hat.
Yeah. Or the fact that he's just an orb.
Yeah.
Go back to the dwarf cave and save the princess. What does that mean?
Go to the cave. There's
Has
someone else
something
when you throw the
changed?
moonstone somewhere.
This is...
I need the freezing pot.
That's what I'm saying, is like I need the freezing pot, so how? Have you ever seen the Muta? Yeah,
No,
I have
don't
it.
know what that is.
Where is one? If you have one, show it to me.
He's like, you're full of shit when he blocks off.
No, you know who's full of shit is the person who designed this and thought to themselves, you know what's a good idea? Let's make this problem be solved by talking to some random NPC. Nondescript character in the middle of town.
Yep.
This is the legendary moonstone. It's shining nobly. I'm glad I'm alive. I want to give you this as a token of my appreciation. You get the freezing pot.
Freezing pot.
The freezing pot can open the entrance blocked by the lava. Like, why is this not the restaurant guy? That way you go to the restaurant and the restaurant person is like a quest giver or like progress. Why does Matthias not have this item? Or the elder?
No. Him.
No. We want you to talk to every single person in town.
Restaurant loiterer. He doesn't go in to eat, but he just sits outside. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of opportunities in this. If there was like a list of consumables, the restaurant could be like your free top-up. Or a slightly paid top-up.
No, I just mean the restaurant could easily be, here's where you go to, you're like, oh, I don't know what to do, let's go talk to the restaurant person. The restaurant person.
Hint or like your information about like the quest that you're on.
Like, that way whenever you're stuck, you don't know who to talk to, go talk to this person. Like, there are many ways to make use of this. Instead, the restaurant person constantly says shit isn't useful, despite having unique art for each of them.
Yeah. Yeah, they do.
We interact with the mayor multiple times to do his shenanigans. The cave's up and to the left. We interact with the mayor. The mayor tells us nothing, despite the fact that he seems like the obvious person who should help us with progress. Matthias tells us to go do the thing, but doesn't tell us... Like, the way this is designed, it almost seems deliberately to send you back here to find the thing and be, like, stuck.
Yeah.
And it makes me wonder if it's maybe lost in translation.
I have no idea, honestly. I don't know if the game was just bad or was just badly translated. It could
Also,
be both.
I'm going to save the game real quick. I just want to demonstrate something. If I hold forward and I keep holding forward after this transition ends,
Yeah.
watch how quickly I die.
Yeah. Don't do that. Don't hold buttons when the transition goes.
Like, why do you put a hole in the middle of the floor? I'm fucking God damn it. A hole in the middle of the floor, directly at as soon as you walk through a screen, like a loading door.
Adventure waits for no man.
Reaching the point in this game where I'm just like, you know what? We're just gonna nitpick the hell out of it, because fuck them. Yeah. Clearly, this is bad. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but like... 5 hours in.
That's why when we started the stream, I was like, I'm going to talk about the good things.
Yeah, no, that's the thing.
It's going to be 5 minutes of good, and then like 4.5 hours of this is dog shit.
The sad part is, I'm like, it's not even that bad. Like, I've played much worse than this.
I've played worse. That's the worst part about this. I think I've played much worse.
Like, just the fact that I can cleanly do these jumps is a fucking triumph compared to certain things that I've fucking encountered.
Seeing your performance in Kirby, 2D definitely suits you better here.
I mean, all that is hey, you know what's awesome? Not having
slightly less fucked up.
Well, that and not having momentum every single time I try and change directions.
And weird canceling one-to-one controls being...
Yeah, what I need to do is go... You mentioned FF15. There's a platforming dungeon in there, and boy, is it awful. Boy, is it suck.
Remember when it came out, I remember you talking about it, and you're like, it sucks, I don't understand, and you're like, 3D platforming. I'm like, well, if your character had a spot shadow...
No, spot shadow is not the problem. The problem in that game is... So the problem in that is that...
weird slidey shit that Dark Souls did.
Well, so it's... the problem is kind of multitude, but there's two main things. One, if Noctis in that game falls both past a certain threshold, when he hits the ground, he will roll, and there's a recovery animation.
Oh, God.
Which, one, takes forever, and two, means that you don't land clean, and you end up just falling the fuck off of things. The other thing is, there's no ledge detection, so typically in, like, a modern 3D platformer, even, like, Ocarina of Time, if you hit a ledge, Link, like, hesitates. He doesn't want to just fall, right? There's none of that in FF15. So what ends up happening is you fall just a little too far, you roll, and then as you come out of the animation, you tilt the stick in any way. Noctis will not go in the direction that you went. He wants to go through a turning animation, potentially. And if he does that, there's a good chance he just falls.
Yeah.
And so you just die. You just constantly fall off of things. Yeah, and I mean, it's super forgiving, but it's also just miserably time-consuming because you have no control.
Yeah, say you and then the rest of the lads, too. I remember the ones who played it thought it was awful. It was so funny.
And it's the same problem with Kirby, right? Kirby has like a running momentum thing. It doesn't benefit from momentum at all.
No.
Or at least in like Sonic, when you reach a certain speed, if you jump, the game will be... It's very forgiving. If you hit an enemy, if you're jumping, it will allow you a lot of leeway on where the top of them is.
Yep. And
consider that, as a result, allowing you to kill enemies really easily. In the case of Kirby, Kirby doesn't do that. He just picks up speed and then dies faster. Because the only way for you to attack requires you to stop moving more often than not.
Yeah, it's a classic thing. When it comes to live action games, I'm just like, I want pretty much everything to be like cancelable for like the most one-to-one control.
I don't think it's even a problem. Like, you can have things be stiff, but you need to design the game with that in mind.
Yeah.
Like, if your controls are going to be stiff, then don't ask the player to do things that require them not to be.
Mm-hmm. Can't remember what other game there was, too, but I remember there was another game that's not 15 or Dark Souls. I can't remember how recently I played it, or if it was even an older game at this point. But I remember another game had a dumb rollout after falling. I'm like, get up a roll, and I remember that being really obnoxious to deal with. Yeah, I wish we could think about it.
Oh, I love just stopping in the air. Well, I'm over here now.
I did. These projectile shotguns are so awkward. I at least appreciate that they just fire relatively in the direction they're facing. Because like the other 45 and the other cardinal don't matter. Technically, so it saves a little bit on sprites. It's just a weird optimization, because usually anything that has like a shocking effect is just a full AoE.
Yeah.
It was really odd seeing like a half circle.
Yes, this was developed by Zoom and Camco. It's originally a game for the Sharp X68000.
No idea what that is.
It was ported to the SNES in '91. That's why it's 1990 was Zoom.
Hmm.
Very similar to the early East games. Yeah, I'm aware. Say. And yeah, you're correct about the early East games, by the way. It's just you run into things, which is what this is designed off of originally. This is SNES only.
Yeah.
Just looking briefly at the wiki.
Yeah, cause it really is just oddly out of place.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it would work a lot better, in fact, if I wasn't required to swing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the game would play a lot better, because it would just be like, you run into them, and they take damage, and I don't.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, that's not what happens.
No.
And yeah, I haven't played, like, a fucking old East game in probably God knows how long, so
No,
I wouldn't even
forever.
know.
I haven't played one since, like, high school.
Yeah, Hide Lied, though, was the thing that I was thinking of, which is the
Stance-based
comparison. Yeah. Which the East is as well, but Tower of Duraga, apparently, which I have seen before, I've never played. Apparently the X6800 has, like, animated cutscenes and stuff, though.
Interesting.
To go look for those at some point.
That'd be fun. I would just jump across. I would just say, fuck it. Yeah, definitely would save again. Scary save. I remember being terrified of these caves too when I was younger, mainly because of the things that just drag you off screen. I hated it. This place gave me so much anxiety. But looking at you clear it, I was just like, it's not a big deal. Not anymore.
There you go, though, Ryan. You know, classic RPG is better than me. I did not know East was just walk into things. What do I hit this button? There you go. So, I can't remember the last time I actually played an East game. I have, like, the PSP one, but I could swear it works differently.
Yeah, 'cause I only probably played it very briefly. It was so long ago, I just didn't even really remember.
I own them, like a number of them, but I never got around to playing it.
Help!
Help!
Please help!
Please help!
I'm sus.
Oh man, the messy hair.
Miss here. My name is Felicia. I was kidnapped by a witch named Ella and brought here. I intend to use my power to move Lagoon Castle to an inaccessible place. That'll be the end of the world. Oh.
Why?
The water will continue muddying.
Also, that's not a tiara, there's just a crystal in her forehead. Is it a tiara? I can't tell.
Tiara, yeah, 'cause there's like the metal coming out like left and right. It's just
Are those horns?
covered by the hair strands. I think it's supposed to be a tiara. There's a secret place in the castle where the power of magic will be multiplied. If they use magic to revive the evil spirit, it'll be terrible. Please rescue me from here quickly.
I looked all over for you, Princess Felicia. You shouldn't try to escape from me. Now come. If you want to stay alive, keep away from this. Boss fight? No? Oh, okay.
Great. Discord
Understood.
also hates the music in this area. It doesn't like the bass line. On stream, yeah, audio is perfect. Discord, there's like some static to go with it.
You love to hear it.
I remember on Parsec when we played Evo or something that like cut one of the audio channels for some reason.
Yeah. Ha ha ha! You fool! You wouldn't have to die if you had just gone home. But I'll praise your bravery. I'll show you my cute pet. Come out, Eardon. Take care of him slowly. We can't say kill because it's a SNES game.
Save again and put on the ring.
Yeah. This fucking menu. It comes up so fast and it goes away so slow. God damn it. Save the game. Thank you. Equip menu, please. I'm begging you. Ring.
I'm begging you.
I'm not allowed to cast spells, so in we go.
I think this one was pretty easy. His eye needs to come out.
Oh, this is awful. Okay. Good to know. You're like, oh, this is pretty easy. He's literally only vulnerable during the 2 frames in which he is attacking. Yeah. And unless you're standing in such a way where you eat it to the face, there's no other way to hit him.
No.
And you have no ranged attack. So what, when it comes out, do I hit him and then run? No. Okay, that seems to be the only answer here.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Cool.
Alright.
Your ring did some pretty good work for that start, though, eh? Unless you got some
it's kind of
deduction out of it.
I mean, it's kind of awful for this because it's
timed. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say it'd be one thing if I took MP damage when I got hit, but instead I just get to stand here and hope that he attacks me during the time that I still have mana.
In the minute you have all this is up. Music just keeps making me laugh. I'm trying not to laugh. It's just so intense, and it's just this meandering rock, and it just shoots. And that's it. That's all it does.
Yep. And it's invulnerable when it's not shooting.
Yep. If the menu was faster, it would be like a unequip, re-equip ring scenario.
Oh yeah, definitely. If it wasn't going to spend like cost me multiple minutes doing that.
Yeah.
I don't know where his hurt box is. I don't know where I am anymore.
I got pushing his butt. I think literally only while it's while you're moving, you're taking damage. It seems like it'll just run into you, and it doesn't actually deal damage because you just morph into it.
Of course, I get knocked sideways, so I don't continue to hit him.
Ooh.
Oh, I wasn't close enough, apparently.
Not close enough.
Nope, still not close enough. There it
Not
is.
close enough. I love the video game.
This game sucks, Ryan.
It's so bad, I told you. I told you it was going to be immeasurably frustrating. What are we gonna play today, Ryan? You like RPGs, right, Josh? How about this one? Oh, it's not a platformer. How about platforming too? Or the platforming's the least frustrating part. I get in there.
No, I'm not.
You'll win.
We both know that at a certain point here, I'm going to need to go level up. Because the numbers aren't here.
Probably.
Because again, this has nothing to do with your ability to play the video game. Because this will happen. I'll just randomly get sucked up by his hitbox and thrown into the corner of the map, because fuck me, I guess.
I'm getting vacuumed up by pushback.
You can see what's happening too, where, oh, I got hit that time, because he was moving forward, I guess.
Yep.
But sometimes I don't.
Yeah, sometimes you don't. I like that part. I like the sometimes.
See, I'm not right there. Yeah, just not. Why? Who knows?
Yeah, I have no idea.
All right. Well.
Good to see the ring was doing his job, though.
Was it? I couldn't fucking tell.
That was some pretty good damage reduction. The rocks hurt like a lot if you actually get hit by all of them.
$37.96. How much do I get for killing something? Where the fuck did he go?
He's down there somewhere.
Need about 20 experience per enemy. How quickly do I regen in this room? Normal. Alright. Level grinding time.
Grindy.
Let's do it.
All the warrior champion of light needs.
Yeah, you almost made a mistake.
Almost. So funny. Josh loves RPGs.
You know, I do have a certain enjoyment for RPGs. I definitely do.
It's just so funny. Where the platforming's the least frustrating part. It's so funny to me. And don't worry, I've played so many off. I mean, even Kirby 64 is a pretty good example of me playing a platformer as a kid and being like, what is this?
Oh, trust me, Ryan, if I wanted to make you sit down and play a game that was bad, I could do that.
Yeah, you could easily do that.
Oh, fuck off.
Don't worry. Next game I pick for you will be a good game.
I assume I'm like, this is the halfway boss? There's like 3 or 4 more dungeons, perhaps?
I don't think so, actually.
No.
I think like 2. No, probably like 3.
What determines his attack rate? I don't know. The frame rate, perhaps?
I remember during college and going to the fucking event for everyone putting their games on display.
Yep.
And I remember this group beside us had a racing game, and they did it in Unreal, and it was completely tied to frame rate. And I remember just how much they struggled with that on a laptop for like what was essentially like a Mario Kart racing game. and it's just nothing. There's like, I think they had a couple of racetracks and they just couldn't play the other one.
Yeah.
And that was like my first thought of like the clearest example of ensuring frame rate independency in video games. Not like the first, but like any inkling of it being ever okay, I was like, no.
It's never
like that.
Ever a good idea to tie whatever it is to the frame rate.
Enough like that. I was like, no, I will never ever shortcut that if I'm doing any game dev.
What do you mean though? Dark Souls 1.
Yes.
DS2, I think it was, wasn't it? Where they tied the weapon durability. Well, no, they tied the weapon durability to the frame rate. So if when you doubled the frame rate, if your weapon hit a wall, then the durability would decrease twice fast.
Yeah.
I'm just like, why would you do this? And it's like, well, because they designed it for a console environment where they were assuming that the frame rate would stay constant, which it already didn't.
No.
In the game on launch. Like, they knew that they couldn't maintain a stable frame rate and kept it anyway.
But it was acceptable even if it was at half frame rate.
I wonder if that means you take less weapon durability damage in Blighttown.
I would imagine so. You have to kill so many fucking things in that place.
Just because, like, your weapon is going to be contacting them for less overall frames.
Yeah. Weapon durability is hilarious to think about. I remember like the D2 shit with any of the really fast attacking classes that some of the best weapons were indestructible. They just ignored the durability.
Do I get better regen in here? I do!
Hey. Cave of Silence.
Cave of level grinding is what it is.
As you silence the throws of monsters around it.
Also, there's notably considerable amount of background music.
Yep.
Not particularly silent.
Yeah, D2, there's a couple swords as well that people preferred using simply because they had a better base stat. It's like the crystal sword is the thing I always fall back to, where it's like its damage and its attack speed was fine, which is why people used it. But it was more importantly the durability was like 150 or something, or just really high. So otherwise you have to go back mid-boss and repair.
Mm-hmm.
So really obnoxious. I mean, even if you play like Monster Hunter World, the durability of sharpness carries over that mechanic.
Yeah.
Playing longsword, and like the primary thing you want is like the polish ability for the no sharpness loss for a little bit.
Yeah.
Or if you can't, or if you can get it, the mind's eye for half sharpness loss.
Oh god. Primary why?
Good armor sets the true sharpness.
Yeah, I wish I could talk more about Lagoon, but I'm literally just level grinding because the boss stat check is bad.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be like 90% of like the downtime in this, even when we're playing like tactics, it's like our downtime. Just talk about random shit. On the ThinkCast video game streams where we sometimes talk about the video game that we're actually playing on the screen.
I mean, when we're playing the video game.
They make good YouTube shorts where one half can be the thing we're talking about and one half can be Lagoon.
I don't know, I feel like Lagoon is one of those games where I'd have to put like Temple Runner or whatever the other nonsense is. Whatever the modern equivalent of Temple Runner is.
Casting like Golem again.
Yes, casting Golem for the millionth time.
Golem. YouTube loves Golem.
It does love Golem. There's a flashing lights and a bunch of sounds.
Yeah, and that's different colors, so it checks all the boxes.
Yep. I'll never forget YouTube giving me that recommendation of like, hey, do you want to look at videos that are a particular color? Would that make you feel better? And it's like, at what point are we at right now where YouTube is legitimately thinks that it is more effective to recommend me videos, not based on their content, but purely based on the colors that appear in it?
I mean, I guess like maybe if you're in YouTube music, don't you want like a good visualizer, but the visualizer's kind of built into the video if they have an MV anyways.
Yeah, I don't know. It's the, like, equivalent of YouTube Basic coming out and saying, hey, we believe that it would be more effective for us to just jangle keys in your face than to present you with anything of actual consequence. Alright, we leveled up. Let's see whether or not that's enough stats to get through here.
Maybe we can do that. We can render our VODs out and then render the golem part in different colors.
You just make it green. I can just put like a color shade over the screen.
What color, what flavor of golem do you want today? I like the original blue.
He's like an everlasting gobstopper. The more I hit him, the more color changes. Look at it.
Yeah.
Apparently I'm not close enough. Dead?
Yeah, that point when you're like 2 hits from death, I'm like, well, the next attack just kills you. Just touch him. Maybe worthwhile to put the ring on halfway during the fight when he speeds up.
I guess. I could wait a few seconds until his head comes out the first time. No, I'm dead. Kill me, please. I'm not gonna win this, so just please.
Yeah. Look how much the ring's doing. The ring's popping off.
Gets sucked up by his hitbox, so it's just moot, not even worth doing.
Yeah,
it's just a death.
Do it again.
Alright.
You got it, champ.
This music, you know, was interesting briefly.
It's like all spooky.
That's
the answer.
The fact that I can just walk back through the door by accident. Please? Like...
Yo, don't stand there, it's too close.
Yeah, I'm just dead.
Yep.
Yep.
Just watching it bounce around for a little bit. Was that dungeon 14? Was it the Stormblood one?
Not sure what you mean.
All the random like electric fields that just bop you.
Oh yeah. In Doma Castle.
Yeah,
they're the one boss that just has a bunch of knockbacks that conveyor belt you into the sides.
Yeah.
I have to just get lucky here and hope that I clip into him in such a way that I can hit him multiple times. But half the time you just get hit and then knocked to the side, and then you're no longer contacting him.
Yeah.
Oh. Went into him that time. There it is. See, like that.
Yeah. Hey, you did it. Look at that aggression. Bloodborne strats. You just gotta keep attacking. Josh loves that comparison where there's one really, really good video game.
Yeah.
And one's Lagoon.
The other one's Lagoon.
You
defeated Irdon. Can I save the game, please? I'm not allowed. Not allowed to save in the room.
Dwarf cave.
Okay, cool. I'm not walking back to the village, so we're just gonna progress.
No, you're okay. You don't worry. You need to get Felicia before you talk to Matthias and the place.
Oh, that's a enemy design right there.
You don't like the leech?
Did it de-equip my ring, or did I just never put it on?
I think I de-equipped it, yeah. Where's these
hello.
moblins?
Hello, Moblin.
Poking orc.
At least we're jamming again.
Yeah, we're jamming again.
Just throwing pickaxes at me?
Yeah, it's on some pickaxes. It's a very, almost out of place enemy at this point in the game. Having like randomly semi-intelligent creatures.
I died?
You lost a 1v1?
I did not expect to take that much damage.
Well, you gotta put on protect ring.
Yeah, the ring is the problem.
Yeah.
No, it's just because I'm used to 3-shotting everything with the wind attack, and then I'm like, these guys take like 6 hits.
Now? These guys are probably not immune to fire.
Let us find out. That's the wrong menu.
Wrong menu. Magic and equipment are completely different things.
Apparently.
So is the weapon and armor shop. Was it worse? Guess it doesn't use that much mana by comparison. I'm going to see if there's anything.
No. If you look really closely, watch the fireball. If I run in a direction and it hits the edge of the screen, watch, it'll slide in the direction I'm running.
Yeah, it does. You can arc it, curve it.
Please stop.
These are the worst I've ever seen in my life.
I honestly prefer just the cheaper fireball that fires straight at this point.
How much mana does this one use? God, does it not do any fucking damage?
Good to know.
Yeah, wind cutter is probably the solution. Yeah.
Yeah, still the better spell.
Unless you run up to it and use wind blaster, how much damage does that do? Probably uses all your mana though.
Let's find out. Oh my god, he throws so many.
He's throwing them, yeah. Like a hammer, bro.
Still can't use it. 12, maybe? Dead! Well, we did our magic testing.
That seemed like it was a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's still awful to use, though.
Yeah, except to get right in melee. I guess it would cover the 45. If it had a little bit more range.
Still prefer that.
Yeah.
Crushing it. We're cruising.
Absolutely cruising.
Up.
I think it still makes like the pew sound.
Ew. Notice the 2-channel audio. I don't know if it comes through for you.
Yeah.
You get the drums on the left and right side specifically.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why like 6% of this game's budget was in the music. But I guess if this was like originally contact damage stance-based game, then this would have been fine anyways, then it would have made a lot more sense. But like,
oh no, everything about this is answered by like we were talking about earlier, where if this was either A, they needed to make the swing very different, right, to make that make sense, or B, they needed to remove it entirely. Like, the decision clearly was made by Kemco when they ported this over, that they're like, no, it needs to work like your like Soul Blazer, Zelda style game. And it's like, yeah, that works because Zelda, like, when you think of A Link to the Past, right? His swing is like, what, like 12 frames or something like that?
Wide, but it lasts a while, yeah.
It's wide, it lasts forever.
It becomes ranged. Looking around for the dungeon.
No. I was avoiding the town. Just finished exploring this area.
Gotcha.
They're clearly going to send me this way, which I now know. But...
Got a lot of damage.
I do.
Yeah, he even gets judging by that boss. Even with his invincibility phase. Still like a lot of damage to do.
I mean, the bosses just suffer from the fact that the design philosophy... is dead, yeah. So you just fucking instantly die because he throws 3 of them super fast.
Throws a bunch of
And you just lose all your HP. Please, can I just hit him? Game? Thank you. Yeah, sometimes I open it up and hit save and nothing happens. It just...
Yeah.
It just doesn't want to.
Some not very animated water.
The other issue I'm running into here is that I'm trying to go quickly.
Yeah.
And the game continues to remind me that it does not want me to play this game in a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah. Much like Kirby, it'll likely be a 2-sessioner.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Not planning on finishing the game here.
I think the water they're going for in this zone, because it's still, I think the dark spots, is it supposed to be like ripples or waves? I think that's supposed to be the dirt underneath. Or whatever ground is underneath it.
Yeah, I could see that.
Again, sticking to a more rocky visual for this game. This game's all like very much like Highlands and Forest, all very cold looking.
I will say the game is called Lagoon. I've yet to see a lagoon.
That's true, we haven't seen the lagoon yet.
Popper.
Oper.
Oper?
I have no idea. Some more inclement looking water here.
This is the Hobbits' village. It used to be very lively, but now it's deserted. An epidemic is spread in the village due to the water of Lagoon Castle. You should leave before you get it. Oh, they're dying of illness because the water is turned to milk.
Unlucky. There's no hobbits left in my milk village.
There's no more hobbitses.
Oh no, they're diseased.
I feel weak. I'm afraid I got the disease. I'm going to die.
Where's the hobbitses?
This is just a room into... Wait. Oh, hello?
House.
Wait, this is like the first house interior we've had in a while. Mother, are you okay? You can have the mom.
Sure. My son. Get out of this village. I can't.
What are you talking about? You'll get better soon. You guys, good luck with that.
Yeah, if you go near, you get diseased.
Yeah.
Hobbitses are strong. So funny.
That's how they wrote it. What do you want?
And no, it's just so funny.
Help! Please help my daughter. Where's your daughter? Why does she need help?
Save them all.
Oh, hello. My parents, my girlfriend, all became ill and died. It's difficult to stay alive. Oh.
You read the graves?
Yeah, let's check. No.
Very sad town. We're seeing the
Sad.
results of the muddy water.
I wish it were compelling enough for me to feel sad.
Oh. Not sad about the hobbitses?
Can't say that I am.
And what looks like Italy, because there's so much water?
Italy? You mean specifically Venice? Yes.
Venice, yeah.
The idea that the hobbits are Venetian is an interesting decision. Chimney?
You don't want some Hobbit spaghetti?
I don't actually know what Venice's food is.
I have no idea. I just said the stereotypical thing.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware.
Yeah, well, at least here you can get a tall glass of milk to wash it down.
Apparently. Why are there just demon heads on top of theirs?
I don't know. Yeah, well, I mean, if you go to like our Parliament building, there's still gargoyle heads on it.
Ah, all the people will die. What should we do? I can't tell who's a child and who's not.
Are they already done?
Apparently, mostly everybody's dead. So this house matters to some degree. This is a church? I think that's a pew. It looks more like a coffin, but that's fine.
Blessed by the waters from Lagoon Castle, this village prospered, but it's all in the past.
The amount of sentences that end, and then the next one starts with and or but. I don't understand. Why would you hire someone to localize your game when they didn't pass, like, 9th grade English?
Lucky. Well, aren't people in Japan, like, just actually really, even though they have, like, English classes, like, aren't their scores for English, like, awful?
Well, I mean, the same way French is taught here and, like, people pass French class, but it's awful. Right, yeah, there are plenty of people who, like, learn whatever core English or the equivalent would be, and, like, don't actually know English by any means, but they pass the class. Like, I have no doubt that it's the same.
Yeah.
I just mean you hired someone to localize this, whoever the publisher is, and I don't know who's in the credits, but that person either A, had to go through all this text in, like, a week, and this is the best they were able to do, which is probably more likely than anything, or there's somebody who didn't actually know English that well, and they outsourced it to some other country in which somebody they claimed they were bilingual and maybe weren't actually.
I have no idea.
In modern times, it's just, hey, I know what I'm doing, and then they just run it through AI and act like they know what any of it says.
Mm-hmm.
And then they just hope the person they're selling it to doesn't also speak the language well enough to know if the translation was accurate.
Yeah. Or they'll just tell you that the translation isn't accurate and they put in whatever they wanted.
Yeah, or we get more modern localization where there's this huge argument now of people being like, oh, well, you can't localize it one-to-one. You have to be able to make your own decisions on what things say. And it's like, and therefore, that gives me carte blanche to write whatever I want, as long as it's even vaguely like what was being originally conveyed, irrespective of if I decide to put my own spin on it.
Yep.
But it's neither here nor there. We can never find a middle ground. It's one or the other. You either be able to do whatever you want, or it needs to be totally literal. There's no one in between. That's not how the internet works, Ryan.
No.
Continue.
Recently, the waters have become muddy, and diseases swept through the town. If only we had some mint. If it said to cure anything, everyone would be cured instantly.
Let's go, mint. What else would it be? Right, what...
You know, I said this not that long ago. I went to get some soup with the guys of the Vietnamese variety.
Yeah.
The pho, or the pho as people would sometimes pronounce it, which is incorrect.
Yeah.
And we had explained, I don't know what ailed me, but I certainly feel better after eating this whole bowl of soup.
It's the mint.
It must be
It's the mint.
well, I guess it's not mint that they put into it, but it's the other leaves that I forget the name of currently.
Heck yeah, let's go.
They all have healing properties.
There's some mint in Siegfried.
There's some mint in Siegfried Castle, but there are demons there and we can't even get near it.
So far we've been through the Gold Cave, which was the Demon Cave. We've been through Philip's Castle. The Dwarf Cave?
The Dwarven Cave, yeah.
And now we're going to a different castle. So we're Cave, Castle, Cave, Castle. Because we only have so many tile sets to work with. Alright. We need to get the mint out of Siegfried Castle. You'll love to see it. Hobbits is...
I was gonna say, is the fellas basil?
And Ryan's over there looking at it.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna put mint in the water, and
Basil in the milk.
when we put mint in the water, the mud will go away.
Yeah, if you put the mint in the milk, the mud goes away. It filters the chocolate out. That's what I do when I'm not in the mood for it. I'll have chocolate milk and I want regular milk.
Ah, where can I find medicine for my mother's sickness?
Siegfried Castle. Cough, cough.
We steal
She
their
needs
books.
some mint.
She needs a mint.
Like the windows was water.
I'm fascinated now that we talked about the localization, because this is old school localization, so it's even worse than it was back in the day. If you know anything about like classic localization stories of just like making stuff up completely,
Yep.
and it's like I'm fascinated to know what this actually was. Like, was it actually Siegfried Castle, where we actually sent out to get mint? I'm reminded of the original Final Fantasy Legend on the Game Boy Color.
Yep.
Where you're sent to go, I think it's like bananas or something, but it's supposed to be opium.
Yeah. Bananas, yeah.
Because they're like, well, we can't have opium because it's like a kid's game. Or, what was it? Like a more modern example, maybe not more modern, still classic, but Skies of Arcadia, where they had changed all the alcohol to Loqua.
Yeah.
Skies of Arcadia is an awful example of that too, because they explicitly talked about at one point, the localizer, how they basically went through, did a rough translation of what the story was, and then threw out all the original text and wrote the entire thing from scratch based on like what they thought the scenes should sound like.
Yeah.
And then they're just like, yeah, we thought we did a good enough job. And it's like, maybe, like, don't do that. Maybe that's not your job to write the entire thing yourself.
See?
But, you know, in modern times, again, we don't. People don't know how to do that stuff correctly or not. Hey, it's the same night guy, but faster.
It was a little bit different. The other guy had a little, like, nightly thing. Like the swinging boys.
Tell me there are no traps. Are there traps? Do you hit me?
Nope.
Okay. Oh god. Balls.
3 of them.
Ah! Oh god, I'm dead?
They're so dead.
Never mind, we're outside. Okay. I'm here to win, so maybe fire's the answer.
You have a lot of mana right now. Do a lot
I do, I have
with
no
all,
health. I think I leveled once. You should get a lot of MP per level. When I went for that level before the previous boss, I was like 98, and I went up to 114.
Yep.
So.
Just think about how disgusting a sprig of
Doesn't
mint
care.
would be in my milk.
You know there's someone out there. As someone who absolutely despises mint chocolate, I get it, but there are people out there that think that that's good, so, you know.
I guess so.
It's unfortunate that we have to live in such a place that, with those people.
Bless you. It's truly unfortunate.
Speaking of unfortunate, I get to sit here and watch my HP very slowly regenerate.
Yeah. You love this.
This is why, you know... Get back at Ryan for this. Make him play through Indigo Prophecy with me. It's a good song.
That's good.
Alright. Still not done regenerating health, but we're going. Where are the balls? Oh god.
Ganked.
Not immune to magic. Ugh. Stop shooting me.
I think built into their AI to like not line up with you until they're close enough.
Okay. I got the shoulder raises when they swing.
Yeah.
Hmm. Where did they go? The problem is that as your HP like increases, you would think logically, right, that from a design standpoint, the thought process is you gain more max health, you get more time between times you need to stop to rest, right? The player kind of gets rewarded as they go. But because the enemy damage scales so like harshly, you end up resting more the further you go. And they really needed this to be a percentage. Either that or they really wanted me to sit down and grind out the 10k to go buy whatever the healing thing was at the item shop in the Elf Village. Which I assume is like an accessory of some kind that spends MP or something. Ryan is distracted by something.
Yeah. I was looking at the faux leaves. So, remember this dungeon being a couple floors, but I remember it being pretty small. There's a lot of empty rooms.
Always is. Oh god.
There's gonna be a lot of enemies, and you need some leveling anyways.
I'm still not going to be high enough level, regardless.
Yeah. Well done. The fucking mint. Remember, guys, you want to cure all your diseases. When Christmas time comes around, you better get your candy cane. The mint that's in the toothpaste that gives it an effect.
That's what it is.
Yep. That shit's so funny. I love that. Speaking of mint, we definitely have to do our anime podcast then. And do my recommendation.
How does mint have to do with that?
For the alchemy. And the brewing of tinctures.
Oh yeah, okay, that's what you mean.
Yeah.
My mind, for some reason, goes to, like, classic harem anime. It's like space anime, if I remember correctly. One of the girls' names is Mint.
Yeah. That's neat.
I thought I'd remember, like, what it actually was. The Force Sword!
That was a cool hand guard, though. Look at that.
Heck yeah.
It's the magic menu.
Yep. You know. I'm aware. I get 20 more attack.
20 damages. You love 20 point increments.
I love getting equipment that, like, doesn't meaningfully change anything about the gameplay.
Yeah. But it's cool you got it.
Maybe one thing was like a stat modifier or something, but it's just 20 flat, so it's just like, in theory, you could just level grind and never equip anything, and the effect would be the same.
Yeah. It's the way it be.
I don't know where that balls enemy went.
I don't know where they went either. I thought I was gonna come through the door after you.
Oh god. Come here. Why are you like this?
Don't worry, he can't hit you. He goes too far when he moves.
He can't move in diagonals.
He moves a fixed distance, and if you're on the wrong tile, he can't get you.
Ow. How did you hit me? How'd you hit me multiple times? We're just gonna have to wait again. We're doing it, Ryan. Slowly but surely.
So I think if you walk and you stutter on the actual beat of the song, it probably lines up.
Is that what you want from me?
Yeah. You're a rhythm game aficionado.
I definitely am not.
Unfortunately.
I'm relatively good at rhythm games. I would not describe myself as, like, skilled notably in any fashion. Frame rate, why do you betray me like this? Let me guess, money. Oh, defensive ring. As opposed to the other ring was also a defensive ring, was it not?
That one's protect ring. They're completely different.
Oh, I missed one, apparently.
I think 2 might be in this castle.
Drains my MP.
Yeah, both rings are in this castle. I just have the item list open and where it's found at this point.
I appear to be invincible?
If I saw the description correctly for the power ring, this is taken from the manual.
This is defense ring.
Defense ring just increases your defense. Or no, this is the defense ring, yeah.
Yeah.
Protect ring is just a defense increase. The defense ring says it blocks attacks from weaker enemies. So I'm pretty sure if you're out leveling the zone, they just can't hurt you.
I'm pretty sure it just means that it makes you immune to hits that aren't from the boss.
Yeah. I'm not even going to bother to look up whether someone's ever confirmed this or not. So there's literally no point. I'm about to scour all 10 posts made by the same 4 human beings that played this game. That's not us.
Classic platforming, right? Or platforming, pathfinding.
Yep.
This is as far as the game will let him
move
left or right.
Yeah, because it's based on where you are. I knock people all the time for just making like it just runs at you Pathfinder or just like past a point. I'm like, as stupid as this looks, a lot of this gonna be pretty effective with making just like weird movement.
Yeah, I mean, there's kind of an obvious answer here, which is like, if he is doing this and he's not proceeding closer, the answer is to increment how far he can move in the random direction until he does, and then reset that number.
Yeah.
So, like, if the answer is he can only move 2 tiles to the right or left and then try again, if neither of those work, now the number is 3, right? And then 4, and then 5. And then inevitably you'll reach a point where he can progress.
Yeah. Because then you'll hit the X coordinates of the Y.
Yeah. But that would probably require more processing than what they're willing to dedicate.
More processing, more memory.
Alright, it's a full loop. Now I start going through doors.
Yeah. You're headed top right, I believe.
Thank you.
I think there is actually a chest somewhere. No, you got it.
I guess I have the sword and I have the ring.
Oh, you saw it. Yeah, you saw the 2, so I think you're good.
Downstairs it is. Ratman?
Yep. Tanky Ratman.
Very
With
tanky
a
Ratman.
reasonably sized sword.
A sword, you mean? As opposed to the butter knife that I've been using.
I mean, it's dangerous enough in certain EU countries. I don't like that one.
Oh god.
What about his swords?
What the heck?
He's got 4 of them, you know.
Where did he go? Sir.
It's the funniest thing. Maybe for
Sir!
Halloween this year I'll do in this year cosplay. And I'll just go get one of those. I'll just go get like a plastic like knife from fast food. And spray painted blue or something for the moon sword.
Yeah.
Also reminds me for our streams is when I'm streaming the day and I don't want to be a prepared human being. I should really make like or have an avatar or something. Start leaning to VTuber territory.
Hey look, I found the mint.
Hey, it's in a box in the dungeon.
Ryan just become a VTuber, is that the plan?
Yeah. Should make a dumb little like tactics avatar. You've seen people with that stuff like when they're talking, you see like the avatar change a pose or like start animating.
I mean, it's a VTuber,
like,
yeah.
Yeah. Even like the not so VTuber ones, just like the little like placeholders.
No, I understand.
People in Discord calls.
If it animates, that's what it is.
Yeah, I gotcha.
You could have the one that like lights up, I guess, but that's which is not an animation, but
yeah.
Ah!
I should have the one that has like the 2 frames animation and make it like the tactics character with like his hands up with the chanting. Which is us. That'd be great.
I think that's an aesthetic choice that would require a considerable amount of effort.
That's true.
And money that I don't really want to invest in.
Yeah. I'll probably whip something up. I need to go grab a program that's like Illustrator or something. So I can just do line work.
I mean, the problem is you're going to need to run like VTuber Studio and everything in the back. And it hates webcams and you don't have a green screen, so...
Oh, so I wouldn't do like anything fancy. It's literally an on-off. Literally like the Discord green light. There's audio input. You just give it the thing. Otherwise, you don't.
So we could do it.
Yeah, I'll probably whip up Illustrator at some, or not Illustrator, but whatever equivalent. So there's equivalents out there.
There goes all my health, so back to hiding.
Dude. I remember even in college, I remember enjoying doing the Flash. Because I got to work with splines.
Yeah.
Doing line art stuff, that was fun.
Yeah. Also appreciate your like, streaming during the day when I don't want to like shower.
Yeah.
That's about the only thing you need to do to get ready.
And be not in a robe.
You could be a robe. It's not gonna stop people.
Have
you seen the streaming meta? You don't need to wear anything, really.
Yeah, I've seen the certain content creator I've subscribed to on YouTube with his the videos of the examples of what is happening on the streaming platforms.
So you don't need to wear anything if you don't want to. You just need to also be attractive. That's the only.
Yeah,
that's the main prerequisite.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Also,
An area
don't
to
be
work on.
a VTuber, because that's also bannable.
That's
You can't be sexy and a character. You have to be sexy and a real person.
shit.
Animated nudity, that's scary. Real nudity, that's fine. I'm dead? Apparently I died.
Oh,
I can't
behind the wall. I see
I
the
can't
sword
see
swinging,
anything.
and eventually disappear. Your health drops to 0.
Just like I can't see anything. I just gotta wait for my health. You know what? What's in here? Where are you? If I'm gonna be waiting for my HP to regen, I might as well be waiting for the MP too.
Yeah. Little Lagoon. This is more what I was thinking when I was like, it's pretty abysmally slow.
Yeah.
At this point, but your health fills up way faster than your mana.
The problem is your health goes away way faster than your mana.
It really does. Gotta love that guy.
What, the fact that he makes no attack swing in any way, shape, or form?
He just runs.
Moves incredibly fast, makes no sounds. Why do they take so many hits? Oh, hello. And I'm dead. I like how you told me that the shield protects the left-hand side of my character. It doesn't. That's not true.
No, like
at
he's
all.
hitting you from the flank, it doesn't matter. He has to be in front of you and kind of to the left. Ooh.
There goes all my health. Or all my mana, rather.
There you go.
The problem is if he's in that spot, I can't hit him.
Yeah.
And then he'll randomly hit me anyway, despite getting blocked sometimes.
Yeah, well, your sword takes the shield away. I think flip-pass style.
Yeah, but when it does that, it doesn't also hit them.
No,
that's
it
the problem.
Because the shield has too much range, and they moved further than your sword range in one frame.
Yeah. Like, the problem is it's like, oh, you're on offense, which means your shield isn't blocking the attack. But you're not on offense in such a way that if you would have blocked them, you hit them. Instead, though, they hit you.
Yeah.
And you don't hit them.
The only usefulness of this is if you're just looking at them. And I guess when I was a kid, I just used it to figure out when they might be close enough for the timing. So I just let them bump into me a few times. And then I started just swinging. To see if I could get the timing.
I spent every single MP I had, and it didn't kill 2 of them.
Thank you, boys.
Alright, we're back at the start. Gonna be more loot in here, yeah? I see some. There's 2? Thought he had an after image for a second. Oh god, the frame rate. The Thunder Armor.
Thunder.
In what way is it thunder?
Do
I electrocute people when I hit them? I hit the magic menu again. I just become brown.
Brown.
Brownman. I mean, I prefer the brown cloak, to be honest, but...
The other chest that you had seen that was past the wall, it should be the last one. I would just run away.
I need to get to the chest. And now there's just gonna be a ton of these guys. Why are you like this, Ratman?
Coming. A lot.
I'll never understand how this game decides what you are and are not getting hit.
Yeah, you hit him with the little tippy top of your knifey.
The power ring.
Horseshoe.
The Omega symbol.
So the armor, the shield, the ring, and the mint.
That just gives you bonus strength while draining your
Yep.
MP.
Much more useful for a boss fight.
Yeah. How close am I to leveling up? Not very.
I think you should bring the mint back now, don't you?
Yeah, pretty much.
Because you don't have a key.
Yeah, I mean, I'll bring the mint, the mom will get healed, the mom will give me some sort of objective to come back in here and defeat the big bad.
Mm. Or they just say thank you and they don't actually tell you to defeat the big bad. They just tell you.
Yeah, and then some other random... No, they tell me that the big bad's there and that I need a thing. And then some other random character somewhere in town gives me the thing I need to achieve that objective.
Yeah. The last couple of NPCs have just been like, thanks, and that's the dialogue box, and then you leave.
Yep. Well, I assume that's what the church guy is going to say. And then the mom will be the one that gives me the follow-up. Which sends me to what I have to assume is Lagoon?
I believe it's Lagoon after this, yeah. So it should be Lagoon Castle. I think there's one other dungeon. I think the game's pretty much done. There's like 2 half dungeons, and then the actual castle.
Fear not, people.
And this isn't spoilery because you have like 5 of the 6 available equipment slots filled. You can kind of tell. You don't have the mint out. He doesn't know what you mean. He can't smell it from here.
Here is your mint, sir. Your
One
sprig.
minute.
Your sprig of mints.
Isn't this mint?
Don't capitalize the I.
Let him capitalize the I and isn't. Thank you so much. If I prepare a tea from this, those who drink it will be cured instantly.
Yeah, the mint tea was the problem. It won't fix the water, though.
The spirits in the basement, which you enter through the window on the right, must be very happy.
What?
Go in his basement, the spirits are happy that you brought him mint to make tea.
Sir, what do you mean the spirits in the basement?
It's literally like, I'll prepare the tea. Go in the basement.
That sounds suspicious.
The spirits are happy. Just go in there. They're chill. I know it.
How do I get to the basement?
He said the window.
The window?
Go in the church. You forgot what you did in Link to the Past already?
This window?
I don't know. It was one
No,
of
that
the
window. Alright.
The basement's fine. Discard the eerie music. And the child.
My MP is recovering quickly, so this is a safe area. Nasir, the champion of the light. We have awaited your arrival. We want to talk to you about something. Please speak to each of us, starting with the one nearest the entrance.
Are you the one nearest the entrance? Why does the kid
Did you
look
mean
like injured?
Skeleton?
Oh, they're hobbits.
Thank you so
They're
much for
wearing, like,
curing all the
armor and
people of the
I
village.
thought these were ghosts. I guess I never looked at these like that. Well, I mean, I technically are ghosts, but
They're blending into the floor.
I thought these were like sick and injured children and the ghost of them.
The
Not
power
like
of the light,
hobbits.
which can be seen within you, searches out darkness. Without darkness, your light cannot shine. Okay. Darkness gives us rest and relaxation. Light gives us courage and hope. Okay. I apologize, decrepit children.
FF14.
Yeah, light and dark do appear in that. You're right. Light and darkness were not originally meant to be separated. I'm sorry, what?
In the Metroid Prime 2, it's called the Annihilator Beam.
Also, just an aside. When you're writing anything, to anyone who wants to know this, it's light and dark. If you want to refer to it as an element, don't say darkness. It sounds awful. And secondarily, if it's darkness, the antithesis to that would be lightness. And that sounds even worse. Just say dark.
Let him bask in the lightness.
This is why when people listen to Kingdom Hearts dialogue, and then they listen to a Dark Souls character say basically the same thing, but one says dark and the other says darkness, and the Kingdom Hearts dialogue is darkness and it sounds cringy, that's why. Because it's written like that. From here on, you'll experience many hardships, but you'll become a real hero after having overcome these obstacles. You must not give up. The only road which lies straight ahead is that which lies straight ahead. Okay. I will give you the star staff. Please use it well.
No ice. Magic. Typhoon and Firefall. Are allowed to use magic here?
No.
Spirits will probably not be very happy about that.
Siegfried Castle is now controlled by a demon called Duma. On the 3rd floor of the castle, there is a warp point that goes upstream. Duma locked the entrance to the 2nd floor to keep the people of Lakeland from Lagoon Castle. Is the dwarf area also Lakeland? Or do they mean... This whole area is Lakeland.
Yeah, I think it's all Lakeland.
Here's a key
to...
Here's the key to Duma's room. I'll give it to you.
He locked
Duma's key.
When he locked himself in.
Please defeat Duma and go to Lagoon Castle as soon as possible. Okay. Why did I need to go through the Council of the Elder Dead People to achieve this?
Hobbit spirits. Appreciate that the folk we're encountering are proceedingly shorter than the last.
Yeah, I'm also, like, increasingly concerned about the churchman who's just like, yeah, the spirits in the basement wanted to talk to you. And I'm like, do you hang out down here a lot?
Scoundrels who are contaminating our nation's water seem to be in Siegfried Castle. If we don't destroy them and make our water clean, disease will spread through our village again. We'll just put them into the village water.
Yeah,
But much like Venice, don't drink the water.
Yeah.
Hey.
Wow.
My daughter's better, thank you.
We come in here and she's just dead anyway. My mother got better thanks to you. Thank you.
Look, she drank all of her tea. I really can't believe it. Miracles really do occur.
And we get nothing. Alright.
You drink her tea? Each of you get 1/8 of a mint leaf.
1/8? It's like 20 people.
Yeah. There was like 6 leaves on that branch. Does he just put the whole thing in a cauldron and he calls it a day, or does he give everyone a cup?
Unbelievable. I feel much better. You know, the solution here would be to, like, change the color of the water.
Seems like a dream that I was suffering in bed. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's kind of my expectation for the game. That's all based around like water, and if it's good or bad.
You think the water would like
not crystal clear?
Change to a particular color and then change back when we resolve each area?
Yeah. Much
the
like
people
ActRaiser.
Yeah, the people here are feeling better, but unless the water becomes clean, people all over the land will become ill. Is there a shop here?
No, there's no shop here. We'll take a trip outside town. Let's use some of this cool magic.
Yeah, I'll probably call it after that, since it's almost 6 hours of stream.
Yeah, it'll take you 6 hours to beat the last boss, don't worry.
Yeah. Screen clear? Doesn't even kill him. Alright.
Doesn't kill. Heavy damage. What does the other one do?
I'm about to eat this pickaxe to the forehead.
Oh, yeah, you are.
Typhoon!
Nice. Oh, okay.
Better damage.
Oh, we actually have a litmus test, right?
Still does not instantly kill this guy.
No.
Alright, I mean, it's a screen clear. Doesn't actually clear the screen, but, like, if there's a bunch of enemies, I could spam it a couple times.
Yeah. Over.
Alright, that's Lagoon. We
fun.
will finish it next week.
Finish it.
Yeah. I mean, I assume in 6 hours I'll be able to finish out the game.
We hope.
One can only hope. Yeah, it's there's some good here. It's definitely mostly bad, but you know, I mean, it's an enjoyable.
Good here.
It's a good time. You and I playing it together. It's not a very good game, unfortunately. I wonder if the original computer PC version that was made by the original developer Zoom or whatever is better, or if Kemco came in, made these decisions and made these changes to it, and then because it was that bad and this was the best they could do with that. I'd be interested to know at some point, but you know, there are definitely better versions of this that we may try to play at some point.
Yeah.
Alright. Anything Ryan wants to say before we sign off?
That was a good time. I'm glad all the character portraits for random people are so detailed. Having no use.
Yep. We just have a bunch of characters with notable art.
Around talk to the NPCs.
I'll try and go ahead.
So I appreciate you encountering pretty much all the pitfalls I'd encountered.
Yeah,
There's
no doubt.
No difference at this point, really. I guess other than like the platforming.
Yep. No, I will see if I can track down the animation. Like they mentioned that there's like cutscenes that we didn't get to see. See if maybe there's like an opening cutscene or something to this that we didn't get. Because the SNES version. Yeah, I wonder if there's like an actual like full motion video thing. But yeah, no, it's cool. It's a good time. Solid 6 hours a game, and we will finish it off. Have some final thoughts probably next week. With that, that's going to be us signing off.
We'll see you later.